isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
yeah.
E takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
My name is Rafael Diaz, and I have been passionate about chess since I was 14 years old. Chess taught me a lot of things when I was a teenager, like how to think strategically and how to make decisions based on logical reasoning. It also taught me to find the determination to pursue my goals, which later on helped me to obtain a PhD in physics. Chess has helped me so much that I always wanted to find a way to make more people interested and attracted to this wonderful game. My other passion, video games, led me to create my own game studio, Minimal Games. We are now a team of 8 people, and we have been working for the past 2 years in our most ambitious project to date, Chessarama. Chessarama is a collection of chess-inspired games, each with a different set of rules and themes like medieval fantasy, farming, samurai, and even soccer. Our objective is to give players a modern gameplay experience using inspirations from chess tactics, strategies, and culture to create original puzzle and turn-based games all in one package. The reason why I'm here today is to announce our partnership with Play-Magnus Group, founded by the 5 times world chess champion Magnus Carlsen and creator of the Champions Chess Tour, the world's most innovative sport event to emerge in the last few years. As part of this partnership, Chessarama will become an official sponsor of the Champions Chess Tour for the remainder of 2022 and for the whole season of 2023. We will also be an official partner of the next FIDE World Championships broadcast on Chess24 channels. It is a big honor to have Play-Magnus Group supporting Chessarama's mission of bringing even more people to the magical world of chess. I invite you to join us in this adventure by adding Chessarama on your Steam wishlist and by following along both the game and Play-Magnus on social media.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aim Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everyone, welcome to the final day, the very last day, the 7th day of the third major of the Meltwaters Champions Chess Tour finals. It's the last day, the very end of the tour. We have seen incredible ups and downs, highlights, brilliant plays, all of it, dramas all around. But we still have one day, and I would say that, yes, we already know that Magnus Carlsen has won the tour before the event started. He has already now won this big major, the very last tournament, before the last round, so one round to spare. Big congratulations to Magnus Carlsen. However, before everybody thinks like, oh, that's it, that's the end of the story. No, this is the day where the players will fight for their honor. Yeah, and there is no other person. The best person to discuss this with is Rustam Kasimdzhanov. Hi, Rustam.
Hi, Peter. Hi, guys.
How do you feel about this last day?
It will not be boring. Yeah, I'm sure of that. Yeah. Okay, Magnus won, but Magnus wins most events. Yeah. Now there are plenty of other places to fight for. Plenty of money at stake. Plenty of also individual ambition. Like I'm pretty sure by now, for instance, Arjun Erigashi and Pragnananda will be fighting in the last round. It's like a separate tournament for them because it's well, an Indian duel, right? They wanna do better than the other one. Because also, I think if Arjun beats Prag, will he overtake him in the standings?
I don't know. Yeah, we will have to check. I mean, we will have to check the overall standings. Yeah, because
no, definitely. Yeah. So if Arjun, so Pragnananda has to beat him to catch up.
Yes. I mean, yeah, we see that Magnus Carlsen is leading with 17 points. Yeah, just no chance catching him. Wesley So, after winning 4 consecutive matches on 12 points, at the moment in a quite safe second place, knowing that Jan-Krzysztof Duda has the task of facing Magnus Carlsen, but I would not go that far to say that Magnus is the clear favorite. Magnus has won the event already. Yeah, he declared yesterday that he very much wants to win the last match as well to finish on perfect score, but Duda is fighting for his honor. He's a national hero in Poland, a lot of fans there, and the last couple of days had been quite disappointing after the brilliant start. So I think that Duda definitely wants to win this match to show everyone that, yes, you see, I had some weak moments, but I can beat Magnus Carlsen and still fight for the second place. So I'm looking forward to this match. There is Wesley So, who is on second place, fighting against Anish Giri, who is on the last place. Also, Anish has lost 4 consecutive matches. It's just stunning how this can happen to a player like him. However, this is the last day. He has to gather all his strengths and fight against Wesley. What do you think about this match?
Well, I think it will be difficult for Anish to have recovered completely, but it's difficult for me to assess also the whole situation. His team is playing in Jerusalem, but he's not, right? He will. What's the thing there? He's not playing for the Netherlands. Did you check the team lineup?
Yes, well, I mean, he's on the list. I checked it out. However, the trick is that he's still in San Francisco, and the point is that the Netherlands team, the Dutch team, lost both their matches today. Yeah, so basically, qualifying from the group stages, there is A and B group. I find it very unlikely because in the case of they qualifying further from the group, then Anish probably would have had a chance to drop in and reinforce the team, but like this is gonna be tough. Definitely, it's on his mind. Yeah, he's rooting for his team. He also wants to get in shape. For example, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, yeah, the player who started with a big win, after that losing 4 consecutive matches, just like Anish. Then yesterday bounced back with some stellar performance against exactly Anish Giri. And what do we see? He's already in Jerusalem. Today he has beaten Yakuboyev, and he has also beaten Hans Niemann. He's on fire, and now he will be battling it out against Liam Les. Sensational stuff.
And also sometimes you have to admire the physique, right? Just the energy to do this, to travel in between, to settle in Jerusalem, to pass all the Israeli passport controls, which is not always easy, you know, and then to actually just sit down and then beat 2 very, very proper players, right? It's just amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, and they were very interesting games. I mean, okay, usually if Shakra is involved, they are always very sharp. And as you said, there is the Indian duel. Yeah, Arjun Erigaishi against Pragnanda. Arjun was heavily suffering at the beginning of the event. We were even thinking like, oh my God, I mean, this jet lag and all this, I mean, jet lag in the sense that he's playing from home and he has to play from late at night. You said at the beginning that it shouldn't be such a big problem. Still, it looked like a problem, but the last 3 days, it looks like a completely different Arjun. What happened? Do you know his secret?
I guess he just got maybe adjusted, and maybe in the beginning when nothing was working, maybe some confidence was an issue. Yeah, it can happen, right? But then, you know, once things started going his way, also I think his play improved. And also in the openings, it's strange to say this, but people are finding it difficult to treat his London. It's very strange, right? You play the London and like every time, you know, you get this fantastic position from the opening. I don't understand.
Yeah, we even went as far that I claimed that I want to return playing chess, and I also want to have this London positions, risk-free, pressure. I mean, it's just also very simple play always from the white side. You know how to build up your position, keep on. There are no real complications. Stunning stuff from here, how he has managed to turn the tables. And there is also the other aspect of Prag. I feel like Prag has 6 points. I think he has 6 points. But I think he has played much better than that. I mean, he would have deserved more. Just if we remember this match against Anish Giri where he was leading 2-0 and then he simply didn't know how to proceed. He also lost yesterday against Magnus Carlsen, a big battle. It wasn't an easy affair. So I feel like Prag has left a couple of points right and left, but he's very much fighting in every match, and this is gonna be all the way to the wires. I believe it's just very hard to say who is the favorite there.
Yeah, it's a tough match. Yeah, I mean, Duda, unfortunately, I think I just jinxed. I was so full of admiration the first several days, if you remember, and I think I just like massively jinxed him.
Yeah, but I perfectly agreed with you. Yeah, that he made incredibly powerful impression. Yeah, his openings also with this Catalan and everything under control, power performances. But it just shows that this event, how tricky this event is. If you suddenly lose this grip, you lose the touch, that you lose this confidence, the momentum, then everything can fall apart. And exactly the same player who was just brilliant 1-2 days ago suddenly looks very vulnerable.
Well, yeah, your opponents in this tournament, they never get easier. So this is important. Yeah, if you show some vulnerability, then your opponents, they automatically get a bit stronger. Just it's a really tough field.
Yeah, 7 matches. Yeah, this is the 7th day. Each day there are mini matches of 4 games. Super tough format. Yeah, because each game is like, I mean, playing 4 rapid games is so much tougher than a classical game. Yeah, because in a classical game you have much more time to adjust yourself to new situations. There are not so many emotions. Yeah, because here after each game, you probably feel like I have missed so many things. I had my chances and what happened. But we already have Liftov and Magnus Carlsen. Yesterday we have seen from him 1 B3 and now we see 1 G3. What is the point behind starting with G3?
Yeah, G3 is I don't know, like I try to understand this. I mean, G3 I think is an invitation either to Reti, avoiding some stuff, or to E5 C4. I think there are, I mean, you must be many times more of a specialist here. So I think there are some reasons why G3 could be preferred to Knight F3 in some move orders, right? Depending on what you want to get.
Yeah, and we see, yeah, G3, C5, C4. However, there was a big catch. Yeah, did Duda listen to our broadcast when I was explaining how to deal with Kasparov and him coming late? Because usually Magnus is the one who comes at the very last moment, and Duda, who usually is always ready, was suddenly, you know, waiting for Magnus to appear, and then maybe it was a coincidence. We don't know, but it was a very funny moment.
I've had this position against Magnus in a tournament game.
With white or black?
With black.
With black.
Also back then he played H4, and I must confess, okay, I knew the theory of D4 gambit, And I knew old lines, but h4 I was not very familiar with. And I played here knight f6, and I think after knight f6, d4, I started getting into some minor trouble.
Ah, yes, because, okay, you wanted to stop h5?
I wanted to stop h5, and then turned out I entered some theory where he got like h4 for free or so. Yeah, it was not great.
Yes.
It was really not great. Yeah, he told me that I entered some other game. He explained me after why what I did was not great. But then I put up a big fight of which I'm very proud and somehow survived.
And where was it? When was it?
It was an Isle of Man in the Grand Swiss.
Ah, okay. Yeah, 2019 then.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, wow. Okay, I mean, usually after h4, the move h6 would be automatic response. And
yeah, over the board, I was not sure if h4, h6, whether, you know, d4 is now different.
Yes.
Or even d3, bishop d2, and then queen c1, because now the pawn on h6 is hanging. I was just not sure.
Yeah, okay, I'm expecting Duda nevertheless to go for h6. I mean, it looks like the most logical move, and then, okay, take it from there. Yeah, that's the trick. When you play a classical game, then you might be tempted that, okay, Magnus plays h4, so after h6, yeah, there are all these transpolations to d4. How do you compare? Yeah, you think like 20 minutes, you confuse yourself completely, and you don't know what to play at all. Yeah, that's why it's, of course, very important, if it's possible, to make sure at home already how to react against h4. But yeah, this line was kind of known that the gambit kind of stuff is the most dangerous, most testing, and everybody focused on it. So Magnus is very tricky with his h4.
But it's interesting that, okay, I mean, back then, 2019, I was not really a professional player, so I was not really kicking myself for not knowing h4, but Duda should. I mean, Magnus, after all, has already played it in tournament games, and Duda, I think, should have known that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I know your situation. Yeah, when you are working as a second, you are working on millions of things for your players, and then, or for your player, depends on the situation, and then you don't have time for your own repertoire. You don't want to play the openings that you look for your certain player, and then you are empty-handed in many cases. Yeah, and you feel like stupid. You are supposed to be the opening expert, and knight f6 on the board.
Knight f6, yeah, you have the same problem. Yeah, d4, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. Because you think that knight f6 cannot be a bad move, right? You think it's a developing move. It prevents h5, and but it was not great. I think against me, we had something like this. I think he just took cd and then knight d5, knight c6. We had something, but my memory is crazy.
Yeah, but it looks very nice for white, yeah?
It is, I know, he took cd, I took knight d4, queen d4, knight takes d5, and then he played like queen c4, and I was just under pressure for free. And even his pawn on h4 was useful because he was able to go bishop g5 in one go, so it was really a lot of pressure for free.
Exactly, yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, that knight takes e3, bc, and then you have bishop g5. The bishop is wonderful. Also, you have a luft already just in case in all these things. But Magnus wants to improve, yeah? He might have not been fully satisfied with the outcome, or that you were putting such a big resistance. He chooses bishop e3.
Yeah? Is a new one, yeah? So he even has some sort of improvements. Yeah, now Duda will be under a lot of pressure in this game.
Yeah, and this is not a good start.
This is not at all a good start, no.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dream situation for Magnus. Yeah, always he tries to put the pressure in the first game, and then he claims, okay, but if I win the first game, then how do you think that anyone can fight against me?
Yeah, and if he loses the first game, then it's 50-50 anyway. Yes.
Yeah, then he still has enough time and then chances to bounce back. Yeah, wow. I mean, just h4. Yeah, so simple. It's funny, and we were debating that, discussing that what is g3, yeah, that what is the purpose, and we see it perfectly, yeah, that you are kind of provoking. Yeah, if black plays d5, you play knight f3, you play this reti stuff. If c5, then Magnus wanted to transpose to c4 territory. Very interesting, yeah. All right, let's make a tour. Wow, let's go to Arjun against Prague, because this is the London. Prague must have been expecting it. We know that Prague also has a very nice team with Ramesh behind him, always perfectly prepared. What happened in the London now? Bishop f4 d5 is the bishop f5. This is the direct symmetry, or because there are some crazy lines with c4 queen b3 here, yeah, but
also the white knight is still on g1, yeah, so it's too early to speak of symmetry, yeah, because white didn't play knight f3 yet.
Yeah, but Arjun opted for bishop d3 and taking back with the pawn. Interesting stuff. Yeah, so it's very possession, very Kamsky style. I feel like this is very Kamsky style. Yeah, just to cover the e4 square, so he will be fighting for the e5 outpost, e6, knight c3, bishop d6, queen b3. I guess this is important, yeah, that you provoke some weakness here from black.
Maybe if he played queen b3 right away, black would go queen c8, yeah, possibly. So by including knight c3, bishop d6 first, he prevents this, I think. I mean, must be the reason, right?
Yeah, could easily be. Yeah, knight c3, bishop d6, queen b3, and now black is kind of stuck with the bishop on d6. You don't, you can't really move queen c8.
Yeah, then white would take a knight b5, so he's forced to go b6. Maybe this is a weakening. Seems like there is quite a bit of opening subtlety here.
But hang on, yeah, knight f3, and what happened? Knight g8. Wow, and blitzed out or kind of almost instantly played?
Apparently, Prag already had this game against Hans, so knight g8 is some sort of a novelty.
Wow. No, but it was...
it was the other way around, yeah? I thought this was like Hans Prag.
No, it was Hans's game, yeah, but knight g8 is kind of a preparation by Prag, yeah, to improve. All right, I mean, it's clear, yeah, that's what I meant, yeah, that if you play a move like knight g8 in a rapid game, it means that you have prepared it, otherwise it would never happen.
But on the other hand, I also know some, old school grandmasters who would say that if the best move in the position is knight g8, maybe you shouldn't go for this position. Maybe it's not such an amazing position then, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, what is happening here? Yeah, knight g8.
Well, I guess the idea is that the knight is really awfully placed on g8 and knight on e7 is very, very harmonious, but it does cost a lot of time, right?
Yeah, and Arjun just, I mean, always he's expanding on the king side, yeah? This h4, knight e7, h5, h6, g4, and after c6, yeah, Prag is trying to set up some blockade, but I mean, it looks a bit passive, yeah? And Arjun goes long castles, knight d7, king b1. If you follow it up with rook c1, I mean, it does look a bit more pleasant for white.
Yeah, like big question is, first of all, knight on e7, I'm still not happy about that horse. Still not an amazing spot to be in, this e7 square. And secondly, where do you go with the king?
Exactly, this is the point, yeah, that we see that we can highlight that white wants rook c1, white probably also wants rook h-g1, and then depending where the king goes, white might go for g4, g5, or maybe something on the c file if black, for example, goes for long castle king b8. I mean, white's play looks very nice.
Yeah, I guess he will have to do this. Yeah, go castles long, king b7, rook c8, and say that, okay, you have the c file, but it will be difficult to actually get somewhere.
Yeah, but it's so tough. Yeah, in a rapid game, then you have to decide on these kind of things. Yeah, because knight g8, we heard that it's an improvement, or a so-called improvement, but we also see the evaluation bar, yeah, and the evaluation bar claims that white has something, and this is also our feeling. Humanly, it does feel like white has the easier game and the much more clearer plan. Wow, okay, so Arjun
if you could go back to Magnus just for 1 second, I just suddenly remembered something. Because bishop e3, he did not play against me in the game, and I suddenly remembered because we actually had a post-mortem, and I asked him after the game why he didn't play bishop e3, because it looked to me more pressing than some exchanges he allowed. And he said, bishop e3, you have this rook e8. Yeah, I was not sure how to proceed.
Wow, really
he actually
so
showed
deep,
me
yeah?
this after. And Duda actually found this himself.
Yeah, impressive stuff. I mean, those little moves, of course, we know that in the Tarrasch structure in general, rook e8 is always very useful.
But
Black
already
also has
after
this
the
g4
exchange,
square,
right?
yeah? Sorry?
I mean, already the CD-ED has already happened, right? With the pawn still on e6, rook e8 is less natural, right?
Exactly, yeah. This is the point. In this position, if the rook would be on f8, we would be saying, yeah, rook e8, everybody plays rook e8. But just to go back to this position, it was played with the tension still on the board. Yeah, the c4, d5 pawns had not been exchanged. So it's a very clever move, rook e8. The question is, does it solve the problems though? C, D, D, knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop d4, classical setup. Getting the bishop to d4, ready to trade it on the dark squares. White probably aims some e3, rook c1, knight a4 kind of plan. Typically pressing the c6 pawn, going eventually also for the c5 square.
But by now, I think it's not a big deal, yeah? Black can maybe go bishop g4, not so easy to dislodge this bishop. And then by
trying
now,
to punish the h4 move.
Yeah, I also have played so many Tarrasch games by now, I'm not so afraid of this structure. But it's interesting, this rook e8 that it made reappearance. It's like a ghost from a long, long ago.
Maybe it wasn't that long ago. It was one of my very last tournaments, to be honest. Yeah, in fact, the last tournament I played, because after that I only played some Bundesliga games, but not any tournament. Yeah, wow. Okay, I mean, yeah, I agree with you that at least it looks quite solid for black. White, usually this is like a reverse Grunfeld. Yeah, I'm kind of, I would be very happy if this white's position would be black's position, of course, yeah, because I mean, white is the one who is slightly more pleasant, but claiming real advantage will be very tough. But Duda is thinking.
Yeah, no, I actually wonder, like after bishop e3, maybe Magnus just assumed that rook e8 is difficult to find. Because he seemed to go for bishop e3 willingly, right?
Yeah, there was also one correction that Tadeusz made. He checked out your game, and it turns out that after CD, the game went knight takes d5.
Yeah, I guess that the other line I calculated, and it stuck in my mind more than the actual game continuation, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. I mean, you remembered rook e8 because that was the key move to remember, yeah? And bishop g4 on the board, yeah. Duda is following your kind of advice, yeah. He goes for your moves, and we know it from the tournament that whoever follows your suggestions actually should be quite happy afterwards. Queen d2 steps into knight e4.
Steps into the wall.
Does Magnus want to give up the bishop and then go rook d1? Or how
And it's possible, yeah. So bishop takes e4 to keep a more promising piece strategically, right?
Yeah, and also to protect the e2 pawn, yeah, because otherwise we would have tactical problems as well, yeah. So takes and then
rook fd1.
Yeah.
Can I go e3? Bishop e3. Queen d2, rook d2. Yeah, there is no tactics winning the e2 pawn.
Yeah, keeping the pawn.
Yeah, e3 looked like it might work, but it just doesn't.
Yeah, but of course I understand why you want to play e3 because otherwise, if we trade the dark square bishop, then of course white will be super happy.
Yeah, black has certain structural damage.
Yeah, and yeah, basically Magnus is provoking knight e4. Duda will definitely not enter this complication if it's not good. A5 played, yeah, just to play some move. Yeah, black is also trying to grab space with a4, stopping any kind of knight a4 ideas in the future because for the moment being the pawn on e2 is hanging.
Yeah, so interestingly, Tadeusz tells us that Pragnananda begins to look really unhappy. I mean, the London system is nothing to mess with, right? It just
yeah, let's even go back to this game. Yeah,
he played f6. Yeah,
I mean, he played c5 first, and then but it also doesn't make a good impression. Yeah, that after g4 you first play c6, so long castle, knight d7, king b1. When black is ready for c5, then you go c5. After rook a g1, you play f6. Yeah, it's all a little bit confusing. White opted for the break in the center with e4.
I guess Arjun already assumed that his position is winning and ready for decisive action. E4 is not without drawbacks, right? It weakens the f4 square uncomfortably, I think, a bit.
Yes, of course. So basically the main question is, after queen f4, does white want to sacrifice with dd, or does he just want to play rook g3?
I think he
takes on d5, yeah?
No, I don't think he takes on d5.
He doesn't take on d5. Okay,
No.
let's check. What happens after d5? Why not?
Queen f3.
D takes e6.
Knight f8.
And then d5, long castle.
Maybe long castle.
Long castle and nothing, yeah? Maybe nothing. Looks very scary. I mean, some queen a4 business, but already d5 is hanging as well, yeah.
And also king b7, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, you should go dc5, yeah, not d5. Should keep the position open.
Just to open the position, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in any case, looks very dangerous for black. Prag opts for castles, yeah? He wants to evacuate his king as quickly as possible. He goes short castle, and then white plays rook d1. Isn't white little bit losing the moment? I mean, yeah, you called it, yeah, that this e3-4 is a very committal move.
Yeah, but also, yeah, after e4, white actually has a position filled with weaknesses, and it was just not the case before. So it's a high responsibility move. I think Arjun felt that his opponent was playing maybe not well, so he decided to punish, but e4 was just not the way, I think.
Yeah, at least it looks like before we were quite skeptical about Prag's setup, that it looked a bit strange. Yeah, he wasted time with c6, he wasted time then later with c5. But this f6, yeah, f6 had a good spirit, yeah, that he stops the g4, g5 move, and it kind of provokes white to, I mean, with f7, f6, you indicate, my friend, I'm not going to let you go g4, g5. How are you going to break? And as you mentioned, yeah, Arjun felt like black is doing something strange. He's playing provocative. He should be punished, and he was provoked to this e4. Prag castle, and the move rook d1 computer did not like. cd4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, he's eyeing the weakness on e6. So there is some logic behind this. Now, I guess knight d4, knight c5 is comfortable for black and a tempo of sorts.
Yes.
So maybe he will want to go knight b5 instead, possibly.
Yeah, and also then after queen f4, knight f takes d4, yeah? Or
maybe knight f takes d4, but still knight c5.
Still knight c5, yeah, this tempo is kind of very important, and then also black is ready to kick this knight from b5 with a6. Knight b5 played.
Yeah, we'll probably see this. Yeah, it looks like the game is entering slightly uncharted territory positionally. Very strange structure.
Yes, highly entertaining. On the other hand, for us, I think a lot of tension for the players, yeah, because just it does feel like one mistake could cost the game. It's such a concrete position. All right, what do we have? We haven't seen Vasily against Anish in action because the game was kind of a relatively slow Najdorf affair, and I didn't really believe that you can pose problems to Anish like this, and I don't think you can. Looks like black is perfectly comfortable, easily making a draw. I told you it's going to be a tough match for Vasily. It will not be easy. Anish is back. And
maybe
then
he feels better playing Najdorf. I don't remember what openings he was playing before. Najdorf is so much Anish, right?
Yeah, I mean, Anish, the big expert in Najdorf, and also he has done all these Chessable courses in a sense that, of course, I don't believe that he reveals all his secrets, but just that he's very much into it. Yeah, he really focuses on this opening non-stop. I feel like Vasily already with his play agreeing to the draw, and he just wants to make sure that, okay, let's settle it for it.
It is very difficult to make a Chessable course without revealing your secrets. Chessable has a very, very industrious team. They will ask you, by the way, in your line here, Stockfish on depth 65 says this move. Yeah, why did you mention it? You know, it will be very difficult to hide your secrets.
Yes, that's true. But I mean, I think Anish has so deep lines, yeah, that it's just impossible. Yeah, I think also I had a conversation with Svidler back then in the days. Yeah, and also saying that it's just impossible. There is, I mean, you need unlimited time to be able to give everything, because in every single line usually you are so deep. Yeah, like Svidler in the Grunfeld, for example. It's not about hiding or not. Sometimes it's just for practical reasons. It's impossible, and you also don't want to overload the viewers. Yeah, if every single line is analyzed till move 45. Yeah, then the head of the viewers will be just spinning, and they might feel like, okay, I can't play chess like this. Yeah, so giving some directions, giving the spirit of the opening is sometimes so much more important. Yeah, than the top players need all this craziness. Yeah,
the spirit of cemento is much more important.
It's very important. But hang on, what I'm seeing in the Magnus's game, I'm not liking what Magnus is getting.
Yeah, I didn't understand this, yeah, because he seemed to have an opening more or less under control. Now, where did his bishops go?
Yeah, but first of all, I mean, a5, I would say that this shows that Duda is very sharp. I mean, he played this move rook e8, which was very subtle, and now this a5 hitting the e2 pawn. I mean, who would think that this e2 pawn and a5 is so incredibly important together? Yeah, but after a5, rook fe1, now he got a4, and suddenly the knight on c3 is blocked. There has nowhere to go. The dream scenario of going knight a4, knight c5 is not possible anymore. And suddenly, where is White's play? a3 was played by Magnus. I think that maybe this was not necessary. I don't like it. h5, rook a d1, king h7, stellar stuff. Already aiming for some bishop h6 business.
But all this being said, yeah, White should have a decent position. And after, I don't know, I mean, after queen d3, bishop f5, he got his queen caught, yeah, so he had to abandon his bishops, probably not very happily.
Yeah, for sure not. Yeah, this is a total craziness. Yeah, you never want to give out the dark square bishop like this. Queen d4 takes.
On the bright side, he has 8 more minutes. Do you think this will account for something?
I mean, this is the reason why probably Magnus will survive this game, but or hold this game. However, he got outplayed. I mean, Duda outplayed him with very effective, nice little moves. This rook e8, a5, h5, king h7, just brilliant stuff.
Well, I still remember the day when Duda beat him in a World Cup semi-final, right? It was.
Yes, it was the semi-final. Yes.
So Duda is one of those players quite capable of beating Magnus in a match.
Yeah, he has this confidence. Yeah, he is not afraid. I mean, for sure, he has tremendous respect for Magnus, and everybody has, but he's not afraid, I believe. Yeah, deep inside, he knows that I have done it already. It's possible. And
I think in general, he's just not afraid. Yeah, I have the feeling that his level of optimism is such that, you know, you give him stockfish and something in him thinks that, you know, he might be able to pull it off. His optimism is of a different kind.
Yeah, but look at this. Now, actually, due to the time pressure, probably Duda was not entirely precise. Yeah, that he did allow Magnus to go e4. Yeah, breaking the construction.
He's just liquidating now. Yeah, he sees, okay, he has 3 minutes. He probably thinks it's not very realistic anyway. Yeah, with this time, he's probably also happy that the draw was black. Clearly, more was possible, but
yeah, probably more was possible. I mean, but when you are so much under pressure of the clock, it's just so difficult. Yeah. Okay, this is now very much a clear draw. Usually this knight would be kind of stupid piece compared to the bishop, but this knight e4, knight g5 clear-cut plan disturbs also black, because you don't want to keep this bishop on h6, but just retreating to g7 runs into knight e4, and you are not able to get bishop to d4 because rook is covering the square. So that's the reason why I think white has absolutely nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, the pawn on h6, maybe the king more centralized, some slight changes would give black chances, yeah, but not like this. Also, I think his pawn on c6 is simply too vulnerable for realistic chances.
Yeah, no. Bishop f8 basically implying that Duda is trying to go for the a3 pawn, but hang on, can actually white with some knight e4 first in order, of course, to stop any kind of, I mean, rook a7 would run into rook takes f2, just to highlight this trick, and that rook a7 runs into rook takes f2. protecting the f7 pawn, and king f2 runs into bishop c5 check. That's a problem, but of course Magnus starts with knight e4. Duda goes back with rook b7, covers the 7th rank, rook a6, king g7, and yes, Magnus goes a4, but the c pawn is there as well.
Oh, c5, yeah, I should be still very easy draw. But of course, I mean, we've seen Magnus win all sorts of endings. Yeah, no, he's no longer worse, so he will try to play around a bit.
I don't recall, was it against Rajabov some almost 10 years ago? Maybe it was in some Stavanger tournament in 2013 that Magnus won an endgame with a pawn against c, rook, and knight versus bishop, and then black pawn got pushed to c5. Then Magnus maneuvered his knight to c4 and squeezed out a victory. I think that was some very impressive and very famous endgame play by Magnus.
Well, I mean, impressive sounds like it. Yeah, famous probably to some.
Yeah, because it was one of those days, yeah, when everybody's speculating that Magnus keeps on winning these 0-0 positions. Yeah, and I was even explaining to people that yes, those positions might be 0-0 for computers, but humanly they are always a little bit unpleasant, and that's why Magnus keeps on grinding. I mean, if it would be just completely equal, it wouldn't be Magnus's dream to squeeze nothing, but he always has a reason why he believes that, or he thinks that these kind of positions are possible. The knight is heading towards the c4 square, but the rook on b4 is beautifully placed.
I mean, also usually I felt it myself when I was playing against him in rapid controls. Also, he just he really plays rapid games with the quality of a classical game. So he really pushes you on time like crazy because he makes very, very good moves and they don't cost him much time. So somehow very difficult to keep up with his time.
Yeah, and Tadeusz confirms, yes, that in 2013, yeah, I felt like it was 2013, Carlsen and Rajabov exactly the same pawn structure, but White had a rook on c2, yeah, so White was having the control of the c pawn and Black had a bishop on a7. And those were the factors that with the c4 square, I mean, you automatically claim that, okay, this is a forever torture. You just don't know if it will be enough or not. Well, for Magnus, it was enough. Yeah. Okay. This position, I think, Duda is done to, I wanted to say that we can just leave it, but Duda is done to 1 minute 40 seconds still. Maybe we can move on to something else. For example, we haven't had a look at Mamedjadov against Liam Levin. It feels to be like ever since Shakhriyar, you know, got close to this world championship match, I mean, the team world championship that he will play for his country. Ever since he's so sharp, yeah, and also now he's outplaying Liam in complications.
Does Black have a threat? Probably not, no?
Well, White always has this rook f1.
Yeah, I mean, if Black doesn't have a threat, then maybe we can just start, you know, pushing those pawns a4, a5, b6. White has a lot of them.
Yeah, and the knight on a6 basically ready to have the promotion. So yeah, Black will need to desperately try to create some craziness, but the knight on f2 is trapped for the moment. Yeah, the bishop on g2 covers all the squares. Yeah, tough. Really tough for Liam. We see the evaluation bar also claiming that White is simply winning. I believe that the Wesley So Anish Giri game, we can forget about it. It's a draw. What about the Arjun-Prag game? This is a big battle. This is a big battle. I mean, I don't have the feeling what computer is saying that White is better. I mean, okay, maybe some takes, knight d4, knight f5, and eventually some rook invasion.
This is what surprises me because Black's last move was e5. And if you ask me, I would probably not go e5. Maybe I would just take on e3 and then go e5.
Yeah, not to give any tempting options for White.
It just seems less committal, you know, befitting my old age. Play simple moves. E5 looks like you're asking for takes and something, and knight d4, as you say.
Yeah, even in some lines, for example, if takes, then later white plays fc, rook d1, and eventually knight returns to d5. Then this f4 pawn,
f4, yeah, might be very vulnerable.
Yeah, it's a strange decision. Definitely strange decision. However, we have to jump back to the Magnus's game because there is a lot of development. Yeah, so when we left a5, rook a4, a6, c4 happened. So actually, black goes for total liquidity. I mean, activity, rook a1 check, king g2, bishop b4.
He's probably doing this correctly. Yeah? He understands he has little time, so he needs to play actively.
And Magnus running around with his knight, a bit strange. I mean, I feel like there is some danger. Yeah, rook a2 but rook a2 can be met by rook a8. Is that Magnus's trick?
Yeah, I don't think there is danger to white's position. No. I mean, rook a8 check seems like a trick.
Yeah, rook a2 played. We are expecting rook a8 because the knight is not hanging due to rook e8 check. The bishop covers only e7.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5 and then some king f3, rook a3 check, king g2, rook a2 could be a logical repetition of moves.
Yeah, maybe white lost his winning chances. Yeah, that might be.
Well, I think it never really existed. Yeah, because black's rook was just too active.
I mean, his winning chances were mainly based on the time difference.
Yeah,
but then, yeah, I mean, this alone does not make your position winning. Yeah, usually.
Yeah, it's somehow. I mean, black has this powerful bishop, monster pawn, very active king, and the rook behind the pawn. Okay, this is very important.
Mm-hmm.
There just can't be any problem. Hang on, in Vestiso versus Anishgiri, yes, we know that it's a dead draw. However, Anish has just recently in the Global Championship lost a rook endgame against Nihal, but it was an Armageddon game and there was no increment. 2 versus 1, but it wasn't the classical 2 versus 1. It was G, F pawns against E. Yeah, it's always a very tricky.
It's a tricky one, yeah. It's always a draw, but people usually lose it.
Yeah, can easily lose it, especially without any increment. Yeah, okay, this is a draw. Magnus is thinking. I just have to bring this position up between Arjun and Prag that I feel that there is way too much tension in this match, so that white also didn't dare to take on f4, did not want to trade this queens on f4, allowing this ef4 double-edged pawn structure. Knight c3 was, of course, the solid move. However, like this, then black gets the position we have been talking about, that it's solid. And Arjun goes b4.
b4 is a strange move, yeah? Like weakening for no reason, it seems to me.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it leads anywhere really positive for white.
Yeah, I mean, after knight e6, I assume that he wants to go knight d5. And he didn't want to go knight d5 because knight takes e4 was probably not 100% clear to him.
Yeah, but the question was that can black actually jump to d3, targeting both pawns? And it's tricky, yeah? Arjun is under 2 minutes and he needs to calculate. I mean, with little time on the clock, why do you do such a committal move like b4?
b4 is strange, yeah, or even positionally, it looks like not too great a move, to be honest.
Yeah, knight d3, and he has to burn the time. Rook d1 is kind of tempting to make the pin, but rook a d8 will be played. And knight d5, for example, closing down not only f2, but even b4 might be hanging due to the pin. So,
yeah, everything is hanging here.
Yeah, no, the white needs to be super careful. And since Arjun is not blitzing out any move after b4, I have the feeling, did he blunder knight d3?
It is possible, you know? Or maybe he assumed that he has rook d1. He played knight d5 immediately. However, after knight takes f2, I thought the threat of knight takes e4 is very strong.
Yeah, played Wow, and Arjun clock is ticking down and the position collapses at the same time. What a turnaround.
In some ways, his position is also ticking down.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, 97 check. Of course, it's the only way. Yeah, you have to get this knight to f5 and then hope to activate your rook somehow. Rook c1, close your eyes, give as many pawns as possible to try to get to the g7 pawn. But black will always cover it with the rook d7.
So how does it look in moves? First of all, where would you go with your king?
Okay, king f7 first.
Knight f5.
Knight f5, rook back to d7.
Like this, yeah, without any undue activity.
Yeah, well, I mean, you asked me for my first thoughts, yeah? So I just want to be
your
solid.
first thoughts are very, very solid, and that's also correct.
Yeah.
And then after rook c1, then you can go...
Yeah, but it's tricky that I can never take on g4. Yeah, this is good for white. Yeah, that I mean that you have practical chances. Rook d2 played by Prag.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of rook d2 threatening some knight d3, knight d1, some things. Yeah, but also allows counterplay, right?
And okay, rook c1, probably you go rook a d8. Yeah. Or what?
And then after check, just rook d7, and your knight will be alive, right? At the end of it.
Your knight. Okay, but still, it's not that simple, yeah, because we can never take on g4 due to, so maybe we can just trade one pair of rooks, yeah. For example, just to illustrate, this takes, and then king c2. Still, it's not easy. All right, we're gonna see this. I think rook c1 is on the board. Magnus' game has ended in a draw, yeah, as expected, no drama there. Yeah, rook a d8 played, rook c7 check. Yeah, we're gonna see this line that we discussed. Very important for white to stop this knight from jumping out. But computer claims that black has some good way to
I was wondering
solve
if
the problem.
g6 is possible here.
Yeah, g6 is possible.
Like right now, yeah. If knight h6, king g7, maybe I catch the knight.
Catch the knight and ag king g6, then suddenly black gets king g5 and the g4 pawn will be vulnerable. Yeah, g6 super important. Yeah,
Tadeusz confirms him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of the only good move in the position, but a really good one. And Prag is also up on the clock, so he should find it. And what a messy game in Mamedov against Liam, just very quickly, because okay, this is an end game. Let us jump here because I see the compute evaluation, but still, humanly speaking, this looks now very wild. Black has some e4, e3 ideas.
But it's white to move. Maybe he can go knight e7, knight d5.
Yes, okay, it's white to move. Yeah, and Prag did play the move g6. Yeah, so okay, we jump right back there because yeah, this is a very important moment. Prag did play g6 and Arjun knows, Arjun sees that this is bad.
Yeah, now there is probably nothing to be done. Yeah, black will just win all the pawns on the king side. In fact, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and then also with knight take g4, h5 protection, no pinning issues, nothing. Really impressive stuff from Prag. Yeah, that when he got a chance, of course, he needed Arjun's help, but he just needed one. It needed only one inaccuracy from Arjun or a mistake, and Prag used it like a computer. A4, okay, it's a sad move, yeah, basically. It's acknowledging that it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so okay, I think now with we can move on to the other game because this one is the really sharp stuff. Shakriar played rook e1, stopping e4. And Liam down to 37 seconds. Yeah, okay, if you have to go passive, then now we understand the compute evaluation.
Bishop c7, he wants to go e4, bishop g3, but maybe at some point white can finally run.
Yeah, no, I'm not a believer, yeah, because you really, yeah, a4, just a4, a5. And that's it. Anish game has ended in a draw. All eyes now on this mess, but is it a mess?
It looks like his pawns will just queen. Because
But
I
hang
think
on.
E4 I can just ignore, right? A5, bishop G3, B6. And...
Yeah, you just, I mean, still nothing is happening. Yeah, black needs this knight on F2. Ever you take the bishop, then rook takes and the pawn on D3 gets vulnerable. I mean, what I was can't that Shakhriyar lost 4 matches in a row. Then all this Jerusalem thing appeared. He had to travel to Jerusalem. He arrived. He has beaten Anish yesterday convincingly. Today he has won 2 games in Jerusalem in the World Team Championship, and now he starts with a win against Liam. This is some incredible turnaround.
I think for him it's maybe even typical. I mean, he saw his friends and compatriots, and they all got together, and I think he sort of likes this energy. This is very important to him, I think.
Yes, the energy is very important. Yeah, because that's what we felt, that all this late night business, he just lost this special spice. Yeah, that is so typical of him. Yeah, that he's energetic. He goes for all the complications. They work for him. He's so creative, but at night somehow nothing worked. Take, and just to win. The bishop on D5 covers the H pawn, but there is no way of stopping the advance of the B and A pawns.
White has too many pawns, yeah. Liam is trying, yeah? He created this bishop F4 threat.
Bishop F4, yeah, and then King C3, and suddenly the D pawn queens. So be careful. How to deal with this? Good for Shakhriyar. I think that he still has more than a minute, yeah, because it's suddenly a switch. Is knight E5 a move? Is knight E5 maybe a move? So I think knight G6 checkmate.
But knight E5 is probably clever.
Is it possible at all? Probably, yeah.
It looks clever. I was thinking of rook E4 instead, but I think knight E5 is definitely more clever.
Yeah, knight E5 seems like, okay, bishop F4 check, we go to C3 if I'm not blundering anything.
And rook C8 check, you can go bishop C4, yeah?
Yeah, but yeah, I have to play, because otherwise king B3 takes D2 would be... Okay, even then we sacrifice the bishop and the pawn queens, yeah.
Bishop C4 looks like you keep control, but it got slightly messy.
Yeah, but okay, after knight F2, it's winning, but it's messy, yeah? And your other solution was rook E4, yeah, just to give the exchange.
Rook E4 and knight E5, yeah, this is smart people chess.
It's on the board, yeah, and now bishop C4, but also king FC, and then just sacrificing the bishop and queening the B pawn looks simple enough.
Important for white is not to make this move rook C7, yeah, suddenly white would lose all the pieces.
Yes, rook C7, bishop takes E5. Yeah, Shakhriyar goes king B3, just not to get into any pins. Yeah, takes. D2 looks like the pawn is queening, but bishop retreats to F3. And after D1, bishop takes D1, knight D1. Probably there is no perpetual, so we can immediately push. If not, then we can just also push A5 first. It does not matter.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that he calculated all the lines, let's say, after H4, but he probably just assumed that the bishop will be able to deal with the pawns somehow. Eh?
Well, for sure. I mean, okay, because you also have the rook, yeah?
Yeah, rook D5. You have too many pieces, too many pawns. It's not fair.
Yeah, and also very importantly, this B7 will come with a tempo. Yeah, this is always huge. Yeah, that's why black moves away with the rook to F8. Also getting the tempo, bishop E2 retreats. H4, yeah, Rustam's plan. Yeah, you can't just pick up the piece because you lose. You have to create this pass, second pass pawn.
Actually, black also had a move knight D3, yeah, surprisingly.
And then with knight C1 check
idea. Knight C1 check, yeah, suddenly you have like some mess, yeah,
Yeah, it is a mess. Yeah, we see also that computability white is winning, but yeah, there are some tricks in the position. H4, Shakhriyar down to 11 seconds. Will we see some dramatic turnaround? Rook d5, rook d4 looks clever, yeah, just in time to cover this h2. Okay, rook c5, similar idea.
Oh, he wants to go b7, rook c8,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, he wants to kill.
But h3 is actually a queen, yeah? h3, b7, h2, rook c8, queen, rook f8, king g7.
Yeah, knowing Shakriya, he might be going for it. Yeah, he's not afraid. But no, he goes for my setup. Yeah, with rook on the fourth, because we are just in time to get the rook behind, and black can't push h2.
Rook e8 has b7. Yeah, he's just in time to.
Rook e8, b7. Yeah. Wow, a5 blunder.
a5 is also such a lazy move. Yeah?
I mean, h2 anyway. Black stepped out of rook h4.
And now rook h4, rook h8. Yeah.
Rook e8.
Oh my
hitting
God.
the bishop.
a5 was such a lazy move, but also he had no time. Yeah, he had absolutely no time.
Yeah, but I mean, anyway, put that pawn on b7. Yeah. Knight takes d1 blunder, rook h2 blunder. It shows that it's just impossible to play this position. Knight f2. Yeah, that's
Knight
it.
f2, it's a full queen. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. To actually lose this position is not good.
And look at this. Yeah, Shakriya very emotionally leaving, shaking his head. He knew that he was winning.
No, but really, this position is not at all like him to lose. Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, the tiredness caught up. Yeah, and a little time.
Yeah. No, I mean, at some point he was just making moves. Yeah, no longer being precise, and then suddenly it got tricky. And after this, it's very difficult to.
Well, he was following my suggestions. Yeah, the so-called I was claiming that now it's winning, and in fact it was probably getting more and more messy. Wow. So we have the results. Yeah, Prag has also won. So Arjun-Prag Prag 0-1, Vasily Soanishvili draw, Magnus Carlsen versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda ended the draw as well, and Liam Le has beaten Mamedyarov in a stunning comeback. It looked like it's all about Mamedyarov. He's on complete fire, yeah, playing brilliant chess in Jerusalem. He won yesterday against Anish in a very convincing manner. Nobody can stop him now. And then just in time, one blunder. Let's even get back to that blunder because it looked like h3. First of all, there was this line that you mentioned. Yeah, that after h3 there was this race with b7.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's good. Yeah, h2, rook c8, h1 queen, rook takes f8,
king g7,
and now after something, black will start his own checks, right?
Yeah, for example, okay, b8 queen,
b8 and just d1,
and it might be perpetual.
Yeah, d1, bishop d1, queen d1. It actually looks close. Yeah. King c4, queen d3, king c5, knight e. It's close. Maybe it's not perpetual, but it's very close.
Yeah. Wow. b7, h2. Well, what can I do after h2?
Well, I was trying to be clever. I don't know if it works. Yeah, after rook c8, h1 to take, king g7 and give a check.
With rook g8?
Yes.
Yes, rook g8 and king h7, you go rook h8?
Yes. And I don't think you can go king f7 because king f7, I have bishop c4, king e7, and then rook g7 check. And rook g7, and I will mate it with b8.
Yeah.
So he would have to take on g8?
Yes, he has to take on g8, but okay, then already...
And then I go b8, queen a7 check, queen takes f2.
Yeah, I have a very bad king. I mean, okay.
Also, bishop c4 is made by force in this position. You have to king g8.
Yeah, okay, I have to maybe put it on h8.
And then I can go queen d4.
Queen d4, queen d2. Winning, no, of course, this is anyway a lost position.
My way was good.
Yeah, your way was good. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to cement, and it's not Shakriya's style to cement. It was the terrible mistake. Yeah, it didn't fit together, the two approach. Just b7 and he would have won the game. Wow. Wow. I mean, okay, this is, and rook c4. what happened here?
King G7, it was
King
still
G7.
fine.
And okay, white could have still played Rook C7 check and then B7. Yeah, it's
He had to, yeah.
It's basically the same like in the other line.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then transposing to this line that we just saw with B7. Wow. I mean, so all it took that Shakya remains Shakya for one more move. Yeah, he goes with the flow, and yeah, for some reason probably maybe he panicked here that maybe the chances of a perpetual check are high. He had no time, and assumed that his position is winning anyway. He played Rook C4, and after King G7. Okay, this A5 was just a horrendous blunder.
Well, A5 is both confidence that his pawns will queen, but also a bit of panic, right? A bit of both, yeah, because it's so unconcrete, right?
Yes, I mean, okay, if you push something, then at least you push B7. Yeah, that's how one feels, no? That
well, at least this pawn is trying to queen, yeah? A5 is just taking too long.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, this was a very forced way of just B7, H2, Rook C8, and the complications work out in white's favor, which basically Shakya would have easily navigated.
Yeah, no, I guess so. Yeah. Now this is the thing about calculating lines. Calculating lines is very efficient, but calculating lines takes a bit of time. I mean, if he had a minute or minute and a half, yeah, he would easily do this, but with 10 seconds, it's just a bit different, right?
Yeah, and then you can just panic. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. And after A5, what happened? So there was H2. Was there any chance? Rook H4, because we saw the computer went completely crazy. Rook E8, Bishop D1.
Well, Tadeusz said Knight D1 and then King F2. King C2,
King
sorry.
C2, yes.
To try to
King
eliminate...
C2 and then Knight F2 just takes, and you sacrifice everything, and then the two pawns are coming.
Yeah, two pawns will probably queen now. Yeah?
Ah, yes, exactly. Because here I was wondering that the knight is coming back to D6. Yeah, it did not feel like it's good. Yeah, black will be able to sacrifice on B7 and go Rook B8. But the study-like, okay, this is really becoming study-like. That now white plays king, something like King C3, and after Knight F2, King D4.
Yeah, and probably Knight E4, King D5, he starts dominating this knight, right?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is some pristine stuff. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, if Shakya does not blunder the move Knight F2, then probably he would have gone for it. Yeah, but it's clear that he had blundered Knight F2. And he had to resign. Wow, I mean, yeah, when you see games like this, you are completely shocked, yeah, because you don't know what to say. The whole game was about Shakya Mamedyanov. Yeah, he took the control, he got the advantage, he was then dominating, was winning throughout, and then suddenly in time pressure, it happens like this, and the opponent gets the full point. Not only saves the game, he gets the full point. Very tough to deal with psychologically.
Well, chess is very unforgiving like this. Chess, I mean, you can play brilliantly for 7 hours, but one mistake can cost you a game. It's just like this.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, okay, sensational comeback from Liam's side, but yeah, Shakya will go crazy. He doesn't have much time. Yeah, in 5 minutes, we already have liftoff for the second game of today. So, second round of today.
Shall we take this chance to run some commercials and take a shortest of breaks?
Yeah, exactly. Let's make a 2-3 minutes break and be back in 5 minutes. We have action.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
Yeah.
E takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Jan-Krzysztof.
My name is Rafael Diaz, and I have been passionate about chess since I was 14 years old. Chess taught me a lot of things when I was a teenager, like how to think strategically and how to make decisions based on logical reasoning. It also taught me to find the determination to pursue my goals, which later on helped me to obtain a PhD.
Yeah, welcome back. We are about to start the second round of today's matches. Wow, I mean, I'm still kind of trying to calm down after everything what we have witnessed in Mamedyalov's dramatic ending against Liam. That was shocking. That was shocking, and if I'm already shocked like this, we can imagine how Shakhriyar feels in Jerusalem about all the developments. So Liam takes the lead. Gonna be very tough. I mean, if you lose with the white pieces, there will be tremendous pressure on you. Not an easy spot to be. And usually Liam, if he gets the confidence, yeah, if he leads in a match, he seems to be very convincing. It's gonna be super interesting to keep an eye if Shakhriyar will be able to bounce back. But also there is the big intrigue of Duda versus Carlsen. Duda fighting for his honor. He has spoiled a wonderful tournament. He was really hoping, I believe, after this flying start to be able to challenge Magnus for first place all the way to the end. And then suddenly this disappointment that happened to him in the last 3 rounds. We see that Anish Giri is the first who starts his game. The other games have not yet started. A Berlin, is it a theoretical duel? Yes, we might be getting a theoretical duel.
How motivated do you think he is, Anish, still in this tournament?
That's the question, yeah. But okay, he goes for the knight c3 line. All right. All right. But okay, it's not yet the most exciting of the positions. Let's quickly jump to Liam against Mamedjalov, because here we have been discussing how Shakhriyar will deal with the situation, this loss. He goes for the Queen's Gambit, accepted, a very solid choice, but also a choice where Liam has tremendous experience. Castles a6, knight bd2. Every single line, okay, I think you should know Queen's Gambit accepted much better than I, but this is kind of intriguing, yeah, that lately bishop e2, b3, knight bd2 took also over like main moves.
Yeah, knight bd2 just didn't really used to be a thing. It's of course very logical, right? Because if black plays b5, bishop e2, the knight on d2 is much better placed for a4. So it forces black to kind of reorganize his strategy.
Yes, exactly. And it catches Shakhriyar a little bit by surprise.
I mean, the odds are Shahriar, who's playing in the middle of the night and already played 2 tournament games today over the board. He probably just wants to go back to bed, no?
But hang on, I mean, Israel, what is the time difference? Because I'm not sure that between Central European time and Israel time there is so much. Can somebody?
I will just Google it for you.
Point it out, because
Israel is 2 hours.
2 hours
front,
back, yeah. After all, yeah, it's 2 hours, so it's midnight.
I mean, it's midnight there.
Yeah, it's tough. Then it's certainly tough. I thought like maybe there is only 1 hour, but no, it's 11 in Israel.
11.
Yes. That 2 hours back from, yeah, I was surprised. I felt like that it's somehow only 1 hour between Israel and Central European time. Yeah, this is correct. Yeah, 11. But knowing that he has already played 2 games in the World Team Championship, that's certainly very demanding. All right, so we also have update. Knight bd2 b6, dc5, bishop c5. Yeah, so black is not getting provoked with the pawn on b7. And hang on, why the Magnus game against Duda does not start yet? Will be interesting to get some information there. According to the regulation, there is no reason why the game should not have started yet.
But I thought, yeah, if they use the same rules as before until somebody makes the first move, it just doesn't start, right?
Yes, okay, but if the regulation states that at the hour you have to start to play, then I feel like, okay, you have to be there.
I could theoretically think about my first move.
Yeah, if, for example, somebody plays with the white pieces, yeah, you make your move already, and I know, and I can start preparing. Yeah. Actually, you know, this is very funny, but when there is this rule like the rules like with 15 minutes, yeah, that you have 15 minutes to be late, and then, for example, you are playing in the hotel, yeah, you are in your room. Then is it worth spending, you know, like 10 minutes, yeah, that you have seen your opponent play d4, d4, c4, whatever, yeah, and for example, it's a shock, it's a surprise, then probably it's much better to stay in your room for 10 minutes, recheck your analysis, and then go around to the playing hall, than to go immediately, yeah?
Well, I will tell you something, it might be worth it, but it's also not legal.
It's not legal, yeah?
Of course not, yeah. By the time he played his first move, the game already has started. And if you are on your computer and checking moves, I think you're in violation of some very good rules.
But I mean, you haven't arrived to the board yet, yeah? It's
but the game has already started, I assure you.
Yeah, but who checks this, yeah?
Well, this is a different matter, yeah. I mean, I'm saying you're in violation of the rules. Whether these rules can be applied is a different thing.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I'm saying that this is completely absurd. Yeah, it shouldn't be like this, but I mean, it's also one thing which is absolutely not clarified. It's not clarified at all. I mean, usually in many tournaments there are zero. I mean, in FIDE events, zero tolerance was the case, but then they also in team European Championships, I think there is a 50 minutes waiting time. Yeah, so it's confusing.
I mean, there are lots of things you could ask. Yeah, for instance, you know, I mean, if you think you have a good winning chance against somebody who's black, if he plays e4. Let's say you're playing against a lower rated player, you have an idea against e4, but you have 0 ideas against d4, for instance, and then you see he plays d4, you might be better off not showing up for the board, for the game, and not lose any rating, you know? I mean, there are lots of things you can do with current rules. Also, the scandal in St. Louis showed that there are some real problems with FIDE rules as they are.
Yeah, things are not, but I mean, and usually some scandals have to happen in order that somebody starts to think about those problems, yeah?
Well, I mean, I started thinking about those problems, but I don't think FIDE is changing any regulations anytime soon, no? Just because Rustam started thinking about problems somewhere.
Yeah, but okay, they could maybe ask you to write a list, yeah, that, okay, what are your concerns, yeah, for example, and then, okay, the step should be started somewhere, yeah?
Well, I think the whole world saw the problem, no? I mean, you can make the game, you can undo the game that has been played. For the tournament.
Undo? How do you undo?
Well, that's what Magnus did, because the game that he lost didn't count for the tournament anymore.
Yes, exactly. That's true, yeah.
Which is a magic trick, right? Like, boom, yeah, this game no longer exists. Which I'm not saying it's a problem with Magnus per se. I think it's a problem with the rules. Yeah, the rules should not enable anyone to undo the game that has been played.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But okay, let's get back to action. Yeah, we see that Duda is now white. He was a bit late. Yeah, there can be different reasons. Here, in any case, there is no trick because he is playing from the white side. So he plays c4, g6, d4, bishop, g7. Sometimes you might have to rush to the bathroom in the last second. I mean, there are so many different reasons. So Magnus keeps on playing his provocative chess. c5, d5, bishop takes c3. Magnus likes to give up this dark square bishop, going for this Nimzo structure kind of, yeah. Going e5, white starts breaking this up as quickly as possible with f4. And takes queen h4, bishop g3, queen e7, knight f3. Rather quickly played. What is your take on this development?
Well, this is one of the structures where I think most amateur players would assume that, you know, a strong grandmaster would have the answer. You know, should white go f4? Should white have done something different? Is it good for white or good for black? But I must confess, I just don't. Like I would need to think a bit to even understand. Am I playing f4, or is maybe f4 too early? Maybe I can play knight e2 castles the way I would do in Nimzo, you know, and then prepare f4 later. Maybe I don't want to go f4 at all. I just don't know. I just honestly just don't know.
Yeah, it's very complex. Yeah, because we see that Duda actually opted for f4, but I believe it was more like an intuitive decision rather than being sure that this is better than the other continuations. Yeah, queen e7, knight f3. The big question also now from black side, that how do you try to keep the e5 square under control? Yeah, because clearly white wants to castle and then push e4, e5.
I was wondering about f6.
Yes.
Castles, knight h6.
Yeah, but after f6, we definitely have to stop knight h6. Yeah, that's the first thing I want to highlight. Because castles, knight h6, and then knight going to f7 looks like a super dream for black. Mm-hmm. Should never be allowed. So after f6, we go queen d2.
Yes.
And then I don't know how happy you are. And this is probably what Magnus is also thinking about. He goes
so that's why he played knight h6 first, yeah?
Wow, what is the trick? He wants knight g4 as well.
Like
yeah,
he wants knight g4, or he wants after castles to go f6.
Wow, brilliant. Very nice.
And if queen d2, knight g4, then maybe he's in time to go to e5. Yeah. Of course, the game does not end with the knight appearing on e5, yeah? But then again, probably black solves his opening problems like this.
Exactly. No, okay, if the knight reaches to e5 and we ask Magnus, probably we'll say that, okay, the rest is a matter of technique. But wow, what a stunning move, because we both were thinking about this idea of knight h6 after f6, but that you can play knight h6 at once. I'm very happy that we had the chance to speculate a bit and we missed it. It's very nice.
I mean, we probably would have found it if we talked a bit more.
Yes, but I mean, it's clear that it's a very special, beautiful move, which the computer doesn't like so much. So this also we have to explain, but these are the human feelings. And maybe also Duda might get upset about this knight h6. He could have also easily missed it.
It's a really complex position. Like you would think of all sorts of things, like maybe e5 in a tournament game, or maybe queen a4 is a typical thing sometimes in these lines to pin this knight so that it doesn't come to e5. But in rapid game, I wonder what he'll do.
Yeah, maybe I mean, okay, for the moment also queen a4 I can just ignore by castling.
Yes.
Without any problem. So that isn't a real concern. the big concern for white also now that, do you deal with this knight g4? Is this a problem, or actually does black simply wants to go f6, knight f7? I mean, there are all these questions that you need to answer.
Yeah,
Not
I think
easy.
I would probably just go queen d2.
Mm-hmm.
Force
To
you
force
to go
knight
knight
g4,
g4, and then castle short.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we probably also castle, yeah?
Yeah. Let's say, I know, king h1, and then claim Dvoretsky style, right? Okay, you will put one knight on e5, but you will not be able to do this with both your knights.
But look at the body language. Look at the way Duda is not happy. This knight h6, I told you guys, this is a very special move. This has an effect. This can actually win the match. I mean, it might sound, you know, that I'm exaggerating. Yes, there is some exaggeration, but look at the effect that it has on Duda, this stunning move. Because when he went for f4, he probably had foreseen this position, and he thought like, okay, I'm fighting for the e5 square, f6 queen d2 is nice, and then black will always have this problem with the how do you develop the knight and how you control things. And knight h6 solves all these problems at once.
Well, I think it's a bit too much praise for one move, but okay.
No, it's triple exclamation. I mean, those are the things I want to highlight in some courses, you know, this kind of game-changing moves, yeah. Unbelievable stuff. And Magnus is so good at it. I mean, if you would have asked me one move before, I would have said that, okay, Magnus is trying to have fun, you know, he is taking deliberate risk and so on, which might be true, but he actually has a purpose behind all this. All right, so you play with white, if you are not impressed that much.
Well, I already said what I would
Okay,
do.
then let's continue. Now that we know that this is a principal duel, then okay, we can battle it out. So castles. And yeah, you are kind of tricky that you provoke my knight to g4, because this f6, knight f7, I would be just sitting, you know, very happily, and I want to do something.
Oh, now firstly, you need to choose which knight you want to make happy and which of your knights you want to make unhappy.
Exactly, yeah. The problem is that I don't want to go with the knight from d7 to e5, because then I feel like my knight on g4 is loose. Eventually, some hc might happen, and this I'm not happy. But if I go with the knight from g4, then my bishop on c8 is not yet getting out.
Maybe I'll just go bishop e2 now.
So can I go f6, knight f7, please? Yeah. Can I repair the position? Yeah. Of course, there is also this clear idea just to go b6, bishop a6, and forget about claiming that the bishop has nowhere to go.
I don't know, b6, a4.
Yeah, and then bishop a6, queen a2.
Queen a2, and then a5. Yeah, I don't know if you'll be happy.
Yes, I was not sure myself. Yeah.
No, I actually have a distinct impression that it's still very much black who has to prove that his position is satisfactory.
Yeah, but it's a rapid game. It's all about emotions. Yeah, forget the objective value and everything. And Duda is already thinking for like 5 minutes. He's in a complete shock. Nothing is as it seemed before, just one move ago.
Yeah, maybe he's a bit emotional.
Well, I would be.
There was a suggestion from, I think, one of our best players in the chat to go h4, h5 in this position. Usually a very powerful antidote to knight h6.
Wow.
But maybe now, I don't know, f6, h5, g5. Yeah, it's probably...
And look at this. Yeah, Duda is Duda. Yeah, he likes dynamics. He goes for e5. He doesn't want to let Magnus enjoy his e5 square. e4, e5. But okay, it's a speculative sacrifice.
e5 is a bit as a decision of a desperate man, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I told you that this knight h6 hit him badly. Knight takes e5 and hang on. I mean, okay, where is the compensation?
Well, I mean, just maybe knight e5 and then castles.
Yeah, knight takes e5. And now the question, Magnus will recap,
You
probably
can't
he
even
will
want
recapture, but...
Knight g4, yeah? I don't know.
Yes, but knight g4, short castle, knight e5, bishop e5, d5. Yeah, it's, I mean, exactly that you don't have to take on e5. But okay, Magnus takes. Castles. And okay, we also have access to the f5 square. Besides, we haven't abandoned this f6, knight f7 regrouping, and even d6 square is now available. I told you that knight h6 is a game changer. I know how the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour, you know, exists and works. There is all, it's all on emotions.
And they are fluid like water, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's the seventh day. Yeah, they are super exhausted. Yeah, and then if you are happy with your position, with your choices, I think you can play very strongly. If you are shocked, then you might tend to go for some, you know, okay, I want to do something, but it might objectively not be the best. We already have the first result. Anish Giri against Wesley So is a solid draw. That match keeps on developing slowly. I can envisionize a blitz playoff.
Yeah, we can also like take a short too, right? Just see like the opening positions from other matches.
For example, Pragnanda against Arjun is a very interesting position because I feel like Arjun gets a chance with the black pieces to bounce back after losing the previous game.
It will depend, yeah. I mean, he will get a chance, but white will also get like e4, e5, f4. He will get some kingside attack. So this will be very much also a clash of styles.
Yeah, but d4, I like this choice. Yeah, exactly like you highlighted that. Who knows? Maybe if white gets the chance to play e4, e5, and knight d7, f4, and eventually some g4, f5 is hanging in the air, opening up the light squares. And if this bishop diagonal opens, then black can simply get checkmated, no matter if this knight on c4 is strong or not. d4, very classy decision by Arjun.
At d4, e5, he's also fighting against the bishop on b1, yeah, making sure that this bishop will not get unduly active.
Yes. Yeah, d, f, e5, and this is not turning to be an f3 Nimzo, yeah, but a really good one for black. You remember, you know which line I'm talking about.
This is very, very classy. Yeah? He made sure that there is no attack, and positionally black is doing reasonably well. Yeah, he'll get a chance here.
Yeah, he will get a chance. I mean, these are the type of positions that in rapid play, especially, it's so much easier to play with black because you know exactly what you want with the black side. On the other hand, if white has to play the move d4, d5, then this bishop on b1 is just a horrible piece. Wow. Okay, we wanted, hang on, just very quickly to see how did we get here. So it was a very interesting complex love. Again, we have been seeing this in Liam versus Arjun match. CD5. I'm not sure if black took first dc4 in that match or not. Okay, in any case, we got some very interesting position, but the move short castle surprised me. Usually, if you go for this structure, white goes long castle, king b1.
Yeah, but there was this game, Anand Morozevich, ever since it's kind of terrifying for white to enter the structure, b5, knight b6, knight c4 was
it's like here in this game, that this is coming, and if your king is on b1, it can get all the more annoying. But then I don't understand why Prag was so happy entering this knight b6.
We don't know whether he was happy or whether something went wrong in the opening. I think more likely the later, no?
Yeah, probably. I mean, because here already it's clear that black is super happy. King h1, rook c8, bishop b. Interesting that maybe white. No, knight a5 is a threat, trapping the queen. Be careful. Very sneaky move, this rook bc8. Yeah, so after e5, black could have played knight a5, e takes f6 is met by g takes f6, and the queen is trapped. Unbelievable. So that's why bishop b1, and Arjun took immediately on e4, takes, e5, and I like Prag's decision. I believe this is correct, that he opts for d takes e5, knight takes e5, and knight f4. There are more squares to fight, and eventually the bishop can come to life.
Yeah, complex strategic battle probably for a while to come.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we anyway wanted to have a tour. Before we get back to the Magnus's game, Liam against Shakhriyar. Liam is leading the match after this stunning turnaround, winning from a losing position. And now this is very much Liam's territory. I mean, he has everything under control. E5, knight d6 might be happening at some point, but watch out for knight f4, of course, in this regard. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, there are a lot to calculate. And of course, we already mentioned that Anish Giri-Wesley Saw game has ended in a draw. Yeah, e5, knight d5, and first queen g4, making sure that the f4 square is covered, hinting at some e6 ideas, knight d6.
Yeah, queen g4, yeah, mainly prevents knight f4, queen g5, make sure white is safe. Black is under a lot of strain here.
Yeah, somehow also the d4, hang on, the d4 pawn is hanging. I haven't even noticed it. Yeah, queen g4, sneaky little move. It looks like you want e6, you stop knight f4. By the way, you have also attacked the d4 pawn.
I think you didn't notice it because this is the least of Black's problems in this position.
That's true. Yeah, and in this moment, I feel like, you know, when you have lost a winning game like Shakhriyar, then you end up in some trouble like this. And then it's so difficult to get out of your mind that, oh my God, I could have won that first game. And then I could have played differently. Why am I now in this? If I'm losing this game, it's going to be 2-0. And all these thoughts are not adding or not helping you to perform your best.
Oh, they are very understandable, these thoughts. Yeah, they are most definitely not helpful.
Yes. I mean, we know how it works. Yeah, in practical game, when negative emotions appear, that's basically the end of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, we know it only too well.
And we keep on falling into the same trap. Yeah, I mean, we know that it's wrong. Also during the game, you tell yourself, no, you are not supposed to think about this, but the emotions and the angriness and everything is so strong that it's just extremely difficult to push those thoughts away.
Yeah, no, I think there are certain things that you can try to control and certain things you cannot control. And especially playing chess is such an emotional thing. So sometimes emotions do get the better of you.
I remember that in Doha 2016, the World Blitz, I lost a very strong position against Dreyev. I mean, I was just much better throughout the game. I was pawn up in an endgame. He had 4 seconds left. I had like 1.5 minutes. Yeah, so basically it was already a miracle that he keeps on hanging on. And finally, what happened? I lost this game. And I lost this game in the pawn endgame by making my hand made a different move than I wanted. And I lost it. And then I was like, you know, so upset and everything. Like three rounds passed and I more or less recovered with the score. But people kept on coming to me that, Peter, what happened? And then I kept on telling them that, you know what happened? It was already three rounds after. Yeah, I was just not able to get out of that game out of my mind.
Yeah, and I've played some games in my life. I cannot get them out of my mind. And some of them have been like 15 years ago. Yeah, it just sometimes chess delivers you really unpleasant experiences.
Yeah, but hang on, Queen G5 is a terrible blunder.
It's a piece, yeah. It's a full piece after Bishop takes
no, D7. But Bishop D7, clearly Shakhriyar wants to take Rook D7 and then some Knight F4, Knight E3, but does it work?
On Knight E3, I will go G3. Knight F4, I'll go Queen G4.
Queen G4 back, yeah. I mean, what? And look at this. Shakhriyar is holding his head like, okay, I have just blundered, but after spending 3-4 minutes, I mean, we had all the time in the world to discuss all kinds of old stories and painful memories, and what we are witnessing. Does he want to? But Knight F6, we can simply take on B7 also, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just take on B7 and we have 2 pieces and the Rook versus the Queen. It should be a win. And otherwise, after Queen D7, yeah, we spoke about Knight F4 threatening checkmate. Then White has Queen G4 and says, thank you very much, game is over. And now after Knight E3, which would stop Queen G4, then we simply have G3. recommended by Rustam. So what is happening?
Yeah, he probably missed something like bishop d7, maybe first guess. Or maybe he missed queen takes b7. Maybe he just saw knight f6.
Well, or maybe, you know, because to be honest, when we started talking, I was thinking about queen g5, bishop d7, queen takes d2. Then I realized that the knight is on c4, yeah? So wake up, Peter. Yeah, thank you very much. You shouldn't be blundering your queen. And then suddenly, yeah, and we see Shakya going for queen g5, bishop d7, rook d7, queen d7 on the board. And yeah, we see knight f6, but okay, this is queen takes b7 is easily lost.
I mean, still, I think some work to be done, but yeah, I mean, obviously not going according to...
I mean, first of all, even we can include knight f3, yeah, if we want. Hang on, where is this queen going?
Queen g6?
Yeah, queen g6 only, but okay, yeah, knight f3 on the board. Okay, this is complete finish. The knights are just too powerful. No, this is completely hopeless. I'm even tempted to not take the knight and go for some absolute domination, but probably I should take the knight.
Yeah, I mean, this is my experience. Yeah, if your opponent's knight is hanging, you know, just take it.
Just take it.
You'll regret it otherwise.
Exactly. Yeah, let's just take it, not overthink anything. I mean, EF, yeah, EF, queen f6 on the board, and then I'm expecting some knight c4 to e5, knight d3 blockade. But maybe we should just take this d4 pawn as well.
Yeah, I think rounding up this pawn would be nice.
I mean, stop all these finesses. I mean, just take the pawn.
Yeah, just maybe rook d1, d3, d1, and just take it.
Yeah, rook e d1. I mean, okay, this is hopeless. Yeah. Wow. And we see and this all is the product of the previous game. Yeah. I mean, if Shakya would have won that game logically as it was supposed to be, then this game would have never happened the way it happened. That's for sure.
Well, this is the way the universe works, right? Everything is connected to something else. And...
Yeah. All right. So okay, this is nothing to talk about. We have tons of action in Duda versus Magnus Carlsen. We see again the same narrative that Magnus plays extremely fast. He's again up 8 minutes on the clock. But okay, there is some blockade.
Oh, there is quite some blockade. And if nothing else, it must be very difficult to convert. Maybe he will have like bishop c8, bishop a6, yeah? Maybe the c4 pawn will fall.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this is the vulnerable pawn, and also creating a nice square for the queen on d7, eyeing then the a4 square. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if white's pawn would not be on c3 but on b3, we would, I believe, agree that white is not worse at all. Who knows? Maybe even white is the one who has great compensation, but with this damage pawn structure, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, no, these are really weak pawns. Yeah? They're so weak that even when you capture them, the weakness doesn't disappear. Yeah, it just kind of stays there forever.
That's the problem. Yeah, then suddenly the d5 pawn will be weak, and Magnus is already eyeing that, you know, white to go queen d7 if the pawn on c4 anyway can't be defended. Who knows? Maybe after bishop a6, bishop takes c4, it will be important to have rook d7 and then target the d5 pawn as well. Super maximalist approach.
Well, if you see that this pawn cannot be defended anyway, then you don't need the rook on the queen on a4, right? I mean, the queen is doing a good job on d8.
Yeah, keeping also still an eye on g5 after all. Maybe, but then anyway, I was thinking that maybe white should have just stayed, and Magnus takes, goes for queen takes g5. That's it. That's another big problem, and everything bleeds out. 11:58 on Magnus's clock.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
Not at all. Yeah, now the pawns are too powerful. Black can even actually just trade queens, and
no, I think that's what he wants. Yeah, if he trades queens, then his pawns will just inexorably move towards.
Yeah, for example, king h2. Yeah, we just retrieve the queen to f6. For example,
queen e7 also. Yeah,
it depends. No, because queen f6 runs into rook e4. Yes, exactly. I mean, those tactics one should pay attention. So yes, we go back to e7. Or we can, yeah, okay, let's just play queen e7. Simple chess.
And white will have to hide the queen on like g3, and okay, this cannot end well.
Yeah, can't. And Duda goes rook g2 first. Now queen f6 is possible. That was the reason why I was not so happy with rook g2. Queen f6 played.
And all this with 12 minutes on the clock, huh?
Yeah, just another illustration. You can never give Magnus his, but I told you knight h6 is a game changer. Yeah, it's I'm happy that at least once during the tournament I managed also to get something right.
No, but you also did explain, yeah. You said that you know the way meltwater works. You know
Exactly.
how knight h6 has an effect, yeah.
Yeah, knight h6. I mean, it also reminds me of one of these conversations. If we one of the stories that if we will have time, I will tell once, but now we don't have enough time for it.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Liam won, and it seems that Mamizarov also blundered something towards the end of the.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, it was. Yeah, I think he played out of frustration. He knew exactly that this is hopeless.
Well, I know, yeah, but he's still. Yeah, shouldn't blunder a rook.
Yeah, but knight e3 was actually a very strong move by Liam. Yeah, just stopping all hopes. Yeah, because Shakya at least wanted to sacrifice the rook probably on f3, and then yeah, rook d4 was not possible probably due to rook takes f3. There was this trick. Yeah, so Shakya was looking for tricks because he knew that that's his only chance, and then suddenly fell himself into a trap. Knight e3, d3, because pawn is falling, yeah, no option of destroying white's pawn structure, and d3, knight c4, forking the queen and the rook, and it means it's 2-0 for Liam.
Yeah, I get that much. Yeah, it's probably over for many reasons, right? I think also Shahryar is probably done with it for today.
Yeah, I have the feeling also maybe the teammates are also encouraging him. Okay, now forget about it anymore. It's the World Championship has already started. We are doing well. You had your chance. No, it's too late, but you never know. I mean, Shakya, but after these 2 losses now, it's impossible to imagine him bouncing back. And what else do we have? So Prag against Erigaishi. Black has this dream, yeah, this blockade. Good structure.
Okay, some pieces have been exchanged, yeah, so maybe the damage is limited a bit.
I mean, the bishop from b1 disappeared. Yeah, that's true. It was changed for the knight on e4. Just very quickly to see how did we get here. Yeah, knight e4 takes. On the other hand, now Arjun is activating his queen. Yeah, he's trying to go queen e5.
I was thinking maybe I can go bishop b4.
Just to trade these bishops at all costs. On the board.
Yeah.
Wow, very nice spot. Yeah, because bishop b4, a, b, we are very happy to give this pawn. And then count on the powerful d pawn.
Yeah, usually you don't lose this endgames when you have a passed pawn on d6.
Yeah, and also black's king is a bit vulnerable, yeah, with these pawns. Yeah, if pawn gets to d7, white delivers some check on d5, then you don't want to get to h8, then some rook d4, rook h4 checkmates are possible. Wow, okay, so maybe Prag is holding on. Clock situation, okay, but again, no. I wanted to say again, Prag is now behind on the clock 2 minutes. It's a different story than in the previous game.
Yeah, Azerbaijan, incidentally, is one of the probably favorite teams in Jerusalem.
Yeah, they have also the best lineup. Yeah, they went with full team, while many of the other teams are clearly missing their top players.
Yeah, no, I didn't see their full lineup, but I saw that it started Mamizarov, Rajabov. Yeah, this alone is pretty impressive on 4 boards.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so okay, here bishop b4. Arjun has to think. And what about Duda against Magnus? Magnus is collecting the pawns. The queen on d4 is a monster. Duda is trying kingside attack, but bishop f7 seems to be in time to protect the g6 pawn. And white's king is also not safe at all. All these pins, even queen d1 check followed by queen takes h5 is an issue.
AG, you take with the bishop, right?
It's a big question, or at least to me it was a big question. I wasn't sure, but maybe take with the bishop, yeah. Keep everything closed. But king h2 played rook d8, rook eg3.
He's ready for queen d6, queen takes f5, right?
Yes.
Defended the rook on g3 for this purpose.
There is no way to sacrifice because the rook can recapture. So we have to be careful. Duda is fighting. Do we go back with the queen to f6?
Oh, I was wondering, maybe we can go rook takes, but this will probably blunder something. Rook takes d6?
Queen takes f5.
Queen d5.
Just like this, yeah?
I just wanted to force the exchange of queens.
Maybe I should include hg6 first.
Yeah, this inclusion.
But then you will have some queen h8 check, but okay, queen h8, I have rook h3. Okay, ag.
AG is probably a good inclusion, yeah. AG, queen takes f5,
and then, okay, at least I have some sacrifice hanging there.
Yeah, now probably go king g7. I think black is probably winning, but there is still some work to be done. Yeah?
Yes, I mean, after all, you have 4 pawns for the exchange. That's a little bit too much.
Well, again, we know that Duda's resilience is a different level, right?
Yes.
He
despite being down to 1 minute, and Magnus goes for queen d6, queen f5. He goes for this rook e8. He says, you know what? You tricked me with being that I'm pinned. I don't have queen g3, but I'm also pinning you, so you can't take on g6. You are overloaded, and Magnus is now aiming at rook e5.
Also potentially at e3, e2, yeah? This rook is quite nicely supporting this pawn.
Now, I was just wondering that, okay, if white plays something like king h1, yeah, threatening hg and then smashing on, then it runs into rook e5.
By the way, you know what I wanted to ask you? Like, I think almost 30 years ago, you were asked in an interview in Chess about your favorite movie. Do you still remember what you told them?
I know most of them, yes.
So what was your answer back then?
Well, I mean, Pulp Fiction was definitely on the list. Once Upon a Time in America, for sure on the list. Ghost Dog, I think, also on the list.
Ah, but this was the one where it was just one movie, and you said Ghost Dog. Yeah, I was remembering that movie, and then I thought, actually, Peter, yeah, he once mentioned this as his favorite movie. Yeah, Ghost Dog is.
Yeah, Ghost Dog with Forrest Whitaker, of course. Okay,
Ghost Dog is very special.
Yeah, very special. Yeah. So yes, I do remember my stuff. And yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, ag6, king h1, stepping out of this rook e5 business, but now Magnus reinforcing the g6 pawn, threatening rook h8, rook h3 played. You are testing me, yeah, Rustam? You are testing me.
No, I was just listening. I was listening to the Wu-Tang Clan the last couple of days, and that movie has some soundtrack. Some soundtrack written partly by these guys from Wu-Tang Clan, and then somehow everything connected for me.
Oh, okay.
Wu-Tang Clan, this movie, you, everything. You know?
Everything, yeah. That's where I come into the picture, yeah.
Yes. Can I go queen e6?
Yeah, exactly, and then queen takes h3, right? Yeah, yes. that was also the way. This is so Ghost Doggish style, yeah. Takes rook h8.
And then, yeah, 4 pawns should be enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, these are not connected, but we will live with that. On the other hand, okay, if Magnus sees that there is no reason even to worry about this attack, but okay, somehow in practical game, you want to get rid of these guys. Because also some rook h7 tricks should not be forgotten. Yeah,
well, you shouldn't go queen f6. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah,
and also queen e5, because all kinds of queen moves challenging the queen, a part of queen e6. That's why we were loving the move queen e6. Yeah. Okay. So Magnus in total control. He's taking his time. He has to watch out for tricks. A very quick update in the Prague game. It will end in a draw. And this gives us the chance fully to focus right now on Duda versus Magnus Carlsen. Queen e6 on the board. Magnus is professional. Queen h5, Queen h3. There you go. Takes. Now the only question was that after Queen h8, King h8, can White somehow get his king to f4? But probably he won't be able, because after King g3 we have g5 and then King f6 protecting.
Yeah. I think that's too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have some people in the chat who have seen Ghost Dog, Way of the Samurai. They're asking if you too meditate daily about the death.
No, unfortunately not. I mean, okay, there were times like when I was 15, 16, I was very much into all this, also Zen Buddhism, all this Zazen stuff and all these kind of things. Yeah, because I was an incredible fan and I am still a very big fan of Musashi. Yeah, Miyamoto Musashi was like my idol. Yeah, I was the samurai from the legendary samurai. I have read so many things. Yeah, I mean, there are so many things about him. And this way of the samurai and all this, the way of the sword. Yeah, that, I mean, how to, it's all connected. It's a psychology. Yeah, for example, one of the striking examples of Musashi's life was that he was in some hurricane zone where he was living. The hurricane destroyed everything in the village. And then basically the way how the two-sword system, the way of the sword works is that instead of you start building your house again, you go and start helping the people, yeah? And then suddenly this influences the other people also, and then the whole village helps each other and then rebuild the village, yeah? This is what was always like a striking thing for me, you know, that, okay, everybody thinks like, okay, this samurais, this is all very brutal. Of course, it's super tough. But I mean, basically Musashi was building himself up after meeting this Zen Buddhist Takuan, who was basically his mentor, yeah? And when he was 16 years old, before he was thinking completely differently, you know, this whole story, it's a 5 series of books by Eiji Yoshikawa. And when I was reading this, it was exactly the period in like 93, 94, 95, and I was fighting to become the youngest grandmaster in the world. It was helping me so much. I mean, I was just getting inspired by all this.
It's really, really fascinating stuff. I mean, I myself, I haven't actually read the books, but I used to watch the movie before my games for inspiration.
You were watching, yes?
I was watching Ghost Dog, yes.
Yes, of course. No, Ghost Dog is great, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole spirit, yeah, that, okay, basically this kind of that you are helping the people, and this is very important. All right, but how do we have Duda now? Because unfortunately the 4 pawns are just way too much. Black's king is cut on the 7th rank. That's the good part, but
and that's probably also where the good part ends.
Yeah, unfortunately these guys are connected. These guys are connected.
There was also the first match of the World Championship today, but from what I realized, it was, I mean, I watched a bit, but it was a slightly disappointing affair, yeah?
Yeah, I did not expect too much from the match, so I in fact ignored it today.
Yeah, no, it looked a bit disappointing. Maybe also Qatari players, maybe they were a bit nervous, but just it wasn't good. I don't think it's easy to be the organizer of such a huge event psychologically.
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, especially also Qatar is not really famous for being a football nation. Yeah, so it's kind of tough.
I think they were claiming that they built up a very proper football team, but having a good football team and having it perform are 2 different things. Yeah,
yeah, and Latin American teams are also so much burning for this event. Yeah, I mean, it means everything to them. Yeah, I can imagine that, okay, they played against Ecuador. I mean, for Ecuador, this football world championship is probably the most important thing in life at this moment. And they are fighting for the country. They are giving absolutely everything. I mean, it's I always love to see the Latin American teams
And I think it's kind of just bad luck. Yeah. Also, Germany got into the group with, I think, Spain and Costa Rica and Japan. It's just like such an unbelievable group to be in. And just like really, really tough.
Yeah, Costa Rica is always like a surprise team. Yeah, because I remember when they have been together with Germany. I think there was a match which ended 4-2, I believe, in favor of Germany. But I mean, Costa Rica is scoring goals. Yeah, they are so dangerous.
Costa Rica is dangerous. They also say by now, I haven't followed in a bit, but they say Japan is like a massively good team now.
Yeah, Japan plays beautiful football. Yeah, very dynamic. Yeah, they don't have the tallest of guys, but they are very dynamic and they have very good technique and they have amazing physical condition. But look at this, the pawns are just quitting. There is no way to stop them.
Just too many pawns. Yeah, just like a slightest improvement to do this position, like one pawn somewhere, anything would be enough. Yeah, but he just doesn't have it. Yeah, and they will just walk all the way. Yeah?
And then suddenly we're gonna see C2, E2, and G2 pawns. Yeah, rook takes C2. Okay, king E2, bishop E4, and finito.
Or G2 and bishop E4, yeah? Bishop D1.
Okay, yes, yeah. Elegant, yeah.
Very elegant, yeah.
I think Duda has enough. He resigns, yeah. He resigns. Wow. So actually, I told you, knight h6, game changer. Magnus takes the lead with a stunning performance, leading 1.5 against Duda. Will be tough to come back. And we see that Liam is now in total control after winning that crazy first game which Shakriya was supposed to win, and Liam is up 2-0. Wesley So against Anish Giri remains in a tie, 1-1. I'm somehow expecting a blitz playoff. I wouldn't be even ruling out an Armageddon, to be honest, in that match. And Pragnanda keeps his lead by holding a tough position. I mean, it looked tough, but he navigated and managed to draw, keeps the lead with 1.5.
Yeah, no, they're exciting. Yeah, I think Anish and Wesley could be here all night. But other matches will probably end before that. We'll have to see how it goes.
Well, you don't know. I mean, this Pragnanda Arjun match is very close. I mean, that first game was a bit strange. Yeah, there was just too much tension in my opinion. Yeah, I felt like both players were super nervous. Also, the second game, Arjun had chances. Yeah, I mean,
I think Arjun will still get more chances. Yeah, I think he's good at generating chances. Plus, the London is unstoppable. Yeah?
Exactly. So there is all to look forward to. I mean, it will be super tough for Duda to bounce back now that Magnus gets the confidence. Yeah, it's just so tough to stop Magnus. Yeah, when he's on fire and leading the match again. And we know exactly, he announced yesterday that he wants to win all his matches. So he's super serious about this business. What should we do? Should we have a little tour or should we have a little break?
I think we should have a little break. We cannot talk about football for 10 minutes. I think we should also let our audience rest a bit.
Exactly. Probably they know about football anyway, way much more than we do. So
that sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's take a short break, run some commercials. Probably people love to see them, and get back in a few minutes.
All right, let's do it.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like,
Yeah.
e takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Jan-Krzysztof.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Chess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
My name is Rafael Diaz, and I have been passionate about chess since I was 14 years old. Chess taught me a lot of things when I was a teenager, like how to think strategically and how to make decisions based on logical reasoning. It also taught me to find the determination to pursue my goals, which later on helped me to obtain a PhD in physics. Chess has helped me so much that I always wanted to find a way to make more people interested and attracted to this wonderful game. My other passion, video games, led me to create my own game studio, Minimal Games. We are now a team of 8 people, and we have been working for the past 2 years in our most ambitious project to date, Chessarama. Chessarama is a collection of chess-inspired games, each with a different set of rules and themes like medieval fantasy, farming, samurai, and even soccer. Our objective is to give players a modern gameplay experience using inspirations from chess tactics, strategy.
Yeah, welcome back everyone. We are 2 minutes away from the third game of today's action. Well, we have seen Magnus Carlsen with that knight h6 game changer. Finally, one thing I called out through this third major. Rustam was so sharp. I mean, he gave me no chances, and I also felt like he's doing so great. So like a team spirit, yeah, if somebody, you feel that your teammate is doing better, then okay, just give him the responsibility. But now I'm bouncing back with knight h6. That was stunning play by Magnus, and we could see on Duda's face that he was really shocked by that move, that he missed that. And then Magnus went on to convert the speculative play of Duda. There is also an advantage of Prag, that he won the first game and he's up 1 point against Arjun, but we have seen Arjun also in the first game, he was putting pressure despite Prag then countering it nicely. Arjun was also then in the second game from the black side pushing after the opening, but Prag neutralized him nicely. There's still a lot of tension in that match. Unfortunately, Shakhriyar, we very much feel that he lost it. This is the moment when Liam has taken over after that first game stunning turnaround in time pressure, and knowing that already Shakhriyar is there with this World Team Championship, I think it's very difficult to bounce back after this situation. And Wesley Su against Anish Giri, that's what we feel that could be the longest match of today, because both players are super prepared. None of them really is able to find a grip on the other. But let's ask Rustam, what is your take? Do you agree with my kind of predictions?
Sounds very likely, yes. Especially, I think Anish, he doesn't care so much anymore, but of course he doesn't want to lose. And I think Wesley is also in general happy to go with the opponent if the opponent is peaceful. So the question there is who loses his nerves first, yeah? Could take a while.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, because also Wesley with 12 points, he knows that he can't be first. Yeah, so basically just making sure that he gets a point. That means that it brings him to 13 points. And if Duda is not winning his match outright, which is very unlikely after Carlsen is leading the match, then it suits him perfectly. But hang on.
In second place, right?
Yeah, Wesley is now in second place. Yeah, but breaking news. Arjun Erigaishi goes one knight c3. I think we have never seen it in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. That's why I'm highlighting. We have seen all kinds of stuff, but I can't recall knight c3.
Well, makes perfect sense. Yeah, after d5, he can go d4. And either way, it will win him a few seconds.
Hang on, but is it true, or the evaluation bar goes crazy that knight c3, e5, knight fc, and engines are claiming advantage? What the trick it is?
It's a scotch, but the better scotch.
Wow, don't tell me. I mean, if you tell me that you haven't been involved or you have never discussed it with Arjun, I won't believe you.
Well, that's why I will not tell you this, yeah?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, I just imagine in my mind you two at 4 a.m. discussing the specialties of one knight c3. a very special kitchen, and yeah,
okay,
wow,
4 a.m.
interesting.
One should preferably be asleep.
Yeah, but you say that the first day, yeah, of our commentary, when I was telling you that Arjun has to play at night, that come on, but sometimes Arjun even messaging me at 4 a.m. to look at something.
Oh, that's true. I did tell you this, yeah.
Yes, I mean, maybe you were exaggerating a bit, but now it's coming back to you. Bishop g5, yeah, this is what Rustam called. However, let's just point out, of course, white plays bishop g5. If white would play e2, e4, we would get the 4-knight scotch and a very peaceful kind of opening. But of course, Arjun is going for bishop g5 using the pin. And who said that white has to go e4? Yeah, he will decide where to put his pawns. All right, I feel that you are a little bit uncomfortable with revealing us all the secrets of this position. Let's move on, and then we will come back.
No, I was also just reading the chat.
Ah, okay, that's a good excuse. What is our chat telling us?
Basically, the chat likes us in general.
Okay, thank you very much.
They also appreciate that a certain deviation from chess when we talked about football and Ghost Dog. Turned out both football and Ghost Dog have a lot of fans out there.
Excellent, very good
I
news.
knew about football, but I'm a bit surprised about Ghost Dog because it's such an old movie. Yeah, I would think maybe it has been well forgotten by now.
I mean, it's from like 95 or something like this.
Sounds likely, yeah. It's, well, maybe even early, yeah, maybe early 90s. Now, at some point, I also watched a lot of other Jim Jarmusch movies. I don't know if people know this, but he has a lot of these lesser-known movies which are really, really good. Especially the music. Yeah, the music is always fantastic in his movies.
Yeah, there was also this Dead Man, yeah?
The Dead Man with Johnny Depp and music written by Neil Young. Yeah, this was quite something. This was really quite something.
Yeah, the movie was also very special. I remember, I mean, I recall it seeing once, and it was really special, but I did not feel like, you know, I want to watch that movie second or third time. Yeah, it's heavy. It's a bit heavy.
It's heavy, but it also has this amazing atmosphere. Yeah?
Yes,
the atmosphere is absolutely stunning.
Of course, yeah, but I mean, with Ghost Dog, yeah, Ghost Dog I can just watch forever. Yeah, it just it has this effect.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there was some fresher movies. Yeah, Broken Flowers with what's his name, that guy from The Lost in Translation and others.
Ah, yes, Bill Murray, yeah. Or...
Yeah. Broken Flowers was good stuff. Yeah, it was really good stuff.
Yeah, but hang on, I would love to continue that topic. However, Mamedyanov has played bishop takes c7. Never seen this motive in the Ragozin. I'm expecting that it was the Ragozin. Let's just very quickly understand. Well, it's not exactly it's slightly different because white's knight is not yet committed from g1 to f3. This is the big difference. Queen c2, bishop f5, super sharp stuff. And look at Shakhriyar has 16 minutes 36 seconds. So this is some deep prep. 92 castles.
Why would he show any prep with, you know, this score? Maybe he still wants to play this match.
Exactly. That's what I want to say. Actually, we have written him off way too early. He wants to bounce back. Bishop takes c7. Stunning stuff. So basically, to highlight that the point is that now the bishop goes away from the range of the knight on e4. And after queen takes c7, white will play the move f2, f3, hitting the knight, and the knight can't really retreat because the bishop on f5 is hanging. And the same applies that if black ignores the bishop on c7 and tries to play rook c8, tries to be clever, then the bishop does not need to move back. White can actually just follow up also with f3.
Yeah, no, it seems like f3 is basically winning.
Yeah, wow. Wow, bishop takes c7. I mean, what a shocker, because Liam is such a good theoretician, yeah, that hitting him in the opening like this, yeah, rook c8 had to be played. I mean, it's there is no other move. And then after f3 to hope for rook takes c7 because we have knight b4 tempo at least.
Maybe white can also go bishop e5. Just knight e5 d.
Just like this, yeah.
He just plays f3.
Yeah, he plays f3. I mean, this is the spirit, yeah.
But yeah, rook c7, fe, knight b4 just doesn't work, right? Because
exactly the knight gets trapped. Yeah, let's just show this. Takes knight b4, queen moves back to b1, for example. Okay, I randomly put the queen somewhere, and then ef, and then we claim that the horse is trapped. And we asked, no, knight b4 immediately. Okay, Liam is fighting, but does it change anything? Wow, very angry Shakhriyar appeared here. No giving up at all. I mean, he might have listened to our broadcast and he was insulted that we were thinking that Shakhriyar could, under any circumstances, maybe give up on a match. No, no way.
I could imagine some people giving up, but okay, maybe he's different.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it all made sense. Yeah, that the teammates might be, but they also know that probably we have to let Shakhriyar play like he wants to play, because if Shakhriyar is happy, then he is so dangerous and unstoppable. So maybe getting back the momentum, yeah, even if he finally ends up losing the match, but winning this very nice game will give him the confidence tomorrow that is required. Stunning stuff. In any case, unbelievable. I have never seen Liam getting crushed like this in 10-15 moves. Well, it even gives us the chance to move on to some other game. The Magnus Carlsen Jan-Krzysztof Duda game is a strategical battle. We did see this typical c4, c5 pawn sacrifice. I believe something similar Magnus has done against Vishy Anand already. I do recall some game like this between the two. That featured, I think, however, from c4, c5, but you can get the same position there as well. And yeah, this kind of stuff, d6. And then, because somehow black wants bishop e6, knight d7, or knight d7 first, occupying the c5 square. So it's a very typical way of fighting for the advantage, or if you want to do something with the position, to play c5. dc f3, so you just give a pawn, but you claim that I have a solid structure, I have this dark square bishop, and the pawns are vulnerable. We are seeing all these maneuvers, and Magnus going for a4, a5 on the board. Do you believe white has more than just enough compensation, or you think white can fight for more?
Yeah, I have a feeling that he has enough, but I doubt if it could be more. I think even if black, plays rook fb8, f6, there is no way white could ever achieve anything. But I could also just play bishop c4 and sort of stand around. Yeah.
Yeah, white, I think, opts usually for some bishop c4 business, but the point from black side is that he wants to get ready for knight b6. Yeah, that's why it's so important to get rook fb8. And probably if we would talk about this position, that white gets his pawn to a5 and black's knight on d7 is kind of limited, then this plan of bishop c4 and also putting pressure on the b5 with rook b1 could be really unpleasant for black. The way how Duda sets up his pieces looks good enough, because black will always have this knight b6 counterplay. Yeah, okay, it gives us the chance, because I wanted to take a look how things are going here, because I'm seeing something special in Arjun's game against Prag. Knight f5 with bishop on h4, some pin. Queen might appear on f3. Knight d5 might be something that queen is aiming to g7. I mean, there are all kinds of dangerous things happening, and the most natural move, d6, might run into some knight takes h6, knight d5 business.
Yeah, I have a feeling maybe because of this, black should maybe go d5.
This is a deadly pin. So you suggest d5 to fight against these things?
Because now white can still go knight g7, I guess.
Yeah, king g7.
King g7, knight takes d5. But now black has bishop e7.
Bishop e7, yeah, it has.
And it probably works out for black.
Probably. yeah, maybe it's, I mean, it's very nice and beautiful, but on the other hand, after d5, if we don't have the sacrifice, then how do we proceed? Just queen f3?
Maybe queen f3, yes.
Yeah,
And then
maybe.
castles long.
Yeah,
Queen
if we
f3,
get
knight,
castles, the question is, of course,
knight
if you
e5.
start targeting the queen immediately, then all these tactics, how do they really work out?
Knight takes h4, king h7, queen f4, knight g6, bishop d3. I believe this is too complicated for this hour, no?
Yes, I mean, okay, the white could maybe also move somewhere differently. But queen f4, knight g6, there is bishop d3.
Oh, that's what I said, yes.
I didn't hear already. I just heard that it's too complicated for the hour or something. And, okay, pardon me. Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's a wild position. Definitely has the potential to be extremely exciting. And this is what, move 8 or 9? And
yeah, move 8, yeah, after knight f5. I mean, it's so early in the game, Black already has substantial problems to solve.
Yeah, and to develop at all. And Plak, who is usually playing the opponent, the opening quite quickly and with a lot of confidence, is already down to 8.5 minutes.
But again, he will not blitz in a completely unknown situation, right? He will try to figure it out.
Yeah, but it's so difficult to figure it out. Usually there is also this danger, yeah, if you don't find a good solution quickly, then you might not find it at all.
Yes, no, of course, yeah, it's always a fine line. I mean, there are some players who are good at this, yeah, that even you surprise them, like Nepo, yeah, he will continue reacting very fast.
Yeah, and often, objectively, he might not be making the best moves. Yeah, computer is then screaming that, okay, you can get the advantage like this or like that, but practically speaking, he's asking very unpleasant questions. Yeah, it's putting the opponent immediately under a lot of pressure as well. I think in the candidates, the game against Firuza was very impressive. Yeah, that Firuza hit him with some speculative bishop c4 in this famous long knight offline.
Yes.
With a novelty, and then he just ignored the computer's best move, instead played 2-3 human most natural moves, and turned out that Firuza was absolutely not ready for this turn of events.
Yeah, it turned out that he was just, he was not really ready in the line that he chose. Maybe he was a bit naive, in his preparation. Maybe he only chose like computer's top line, but that's not the way you do it, right?
Yes, and okay, finally d5 and queen f3 blitzed out. So Arjun did spend some time. He's not 16 plus minutes on his clock, but certainly I think he knows what he's doing. I mean, maybe not exactly move preparation, but he knew that this direction is dangerous, and now basically also using Plak's time to work out the complications.
Our chat got completely lost in movie talk.
Well, actually, I'm looking forward to covering with you some classical events. Yeah, imagine Vikings or something, 7 hours time control, and we will have all the time in the world after move 40, for example, when the new phase of the game comes up to talk about all kinds of movies and everything.
Well, that's what we do with Gusti. That's what we do with Gusti. People are talking about all sorts of directors. It seems like our chat is a chat of very sophisticated tastes. People are talking about Villeneuve, about Blade Runner and Dune. I haven't seen the latest Dune. They say it's really beautiful. I'm really planning to do this at some point, but I couldn't convince my kids yet. I was trying to see it with them.
Yeah. Yeah, so people already know that Magnus Carlsen has won the tournament. Yeah, he has also won the tour. Yeah, there is not so much speculation, and Magnus is also way too impressive in this tournament. And we go for this line that we have been discussing, and that's why we have no chance of going back to the Magnus's game, because we feel that this is the match of the day. Knight h6 check on the board. So our line went king h7.
Yeah, king h7, queen f4, we thought. And now black maybe has other moves, yeah, who knows? Bishop d6.
But bishop d6 does not threaten knight d3 check.
Does not
yet,
threaten
yeah?
anything, yes, it cannot be a good move in this position. Yeah, a move with no threats cannot be a good move here.
Yeah, by the way, knight h6, king h7 also played, and it's white to move. We should move
Queen
back.
F4,
Yo,
what
queen
a
f4
position
is
to
on
get
the
after
board,
10
of
moves,
course.
yeah.
Yeah, there was no other way to. Wow. Anyway, bishop d6, but that's why it's so difficult. Apparently, Talias confirms us that it's the computer's top choice, the move bishop d6. But since it's not connected with knight d3 check, because then bishop takes d3 would be a counter check. It's probably it threatens knight g6.
No, the funny thing is that white wants to go knight f5 to consolidate, but then knight d3 becomes a possibility because now bishop d3 is no longer a check.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. Yeah, the king on h7. All right, so queen f4, bishop d6. My feeling would be to castle long. Yeah, it would be the thematic move, but then knight g6 and you might win a piece.
Yes. And if we go bishop f6 now, then queen f6 and we'll lose that knight. Yeah, that knight will get stranded there.
Yeah, somehow it was.
Yeah, no, we'll lose the knight, so that is no good.
Not the idea. Yeah.
After bishop d6, finding a good move for white is maybe difficult.
It's not easy. Yeah. But we see the computer says that, okay, white should be very happy. Hang on, can we play a strange move like queen g5? Very strange move.
He does play bishop d6, queen g5.
Yeah, Prag plays the best move, of course. Yeah, he's very strong in all these positions. But yeah, maybe queen g5 is the move.
And queen g5, if knight g6, maybe you have knight takes f7 and bishop d3, right?
Well, actually, after knight g6, I have many things. I can also just pin you with bishop d3.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, knight g6 is not a good move. So I don't know what to do after queen g5. Maybe I should go c6. I don't know.
Cement, yeah, the position. Yeah, it's
but then you go knight f5, right? And
yeah, then already exactly. Now I'm already starting to move away with the knight. Queen g5 might be strong. Unless black has some super strong move.
Maybe I have to do some weird things. Yeah, queen g5, queen d7 to prevent knight f5.
Wow, queen d7, shocking, yeah. Trapping, keep on trapping the knight and getting out of the...
Oh, queen g5, very strong. Queen d7, also the strongest.
Wow. Okay, all this talk about movies and everything brought, the blood is circulating. Yeah, we are happy. Queen d7. I already saw that it's on the board. I think that, I'm expecting from both these incredible creative fighters that they will come up with these moves. Of course, for us, it's very easy because it's not our game. Probably Arjun and Prag is also working on queen g5 and queen d7.
Say Magnus, well, they say, Tadeusz says Magnus is in big trouble.
Wow. Well, look at this monster knight on e6. That's true.
So this opening did not work out for white.
Not at all. And one has to give credits to Duda that he opted for the Pausen. Yeah, he wanted to play some Pausen and provoke Magnus into this territory. And then Magnus got all right. And then he gets the chance. Yeah, knight on e6. Warrior changed before the knight on d7 was passive. Activated the rook. Also h5, he created the loof plus this kind of combo like h4, rook c2, eventually knight f4 if the bishop takes on a5. This is looking very suspicious for Magnus.
Would you do rook c2 or would you just pick up the pawn on a4 first? Yeah, go like rook a3, rook takes a4 and then continue. I would probably just take the pawn.
Well, I'm very tempted to go rook c2, but now that you mentioned that I can even take the pawn, maybe it's bad news that that you are telling me, because I was so happy with rook c2 thinking that it's the only direction.
Yeah, now the problem is that if you take the pawn, then he goes bishop c3, and it's very difficult to cover the pawn on e5 properly.
Exactly.
Bishop c3, and I don't have f6, yeah? So maybe because of this, I need to close my eyes and to and to go for the attack.
Yeah, I feel that somehow rook c2, yeah, it looks very promising. But okay, again, yeah, that's why it's nice to be a commentator. Yeah, that it looks promising. You mention it, everybody's happy. Then maybe when the computer confirms it, and then all good. But over the board, you have to make a decision, and especially like I said, if you discover that you have two options and two tempting options, those are the most unpleasant things. And queen g5, queen d7 on the board. I told you, yeah, that these guys are just so strong. I mean, both Arjun and Prag in these original crazy positions. Both extremely, exceptionally talented, gifted players.
Yeah, I'm also a bit distracted because the chat is just like, they mentioned by now like a million excellent movies. I mean, we have big fans out there of Coen Brothers, of David Lynch, of some classic Soviet movies. There's just some amazing stuff going on. Buñuel is mentioned. Is big respect to the chat for their movie taste.
Well, great to hear. This is great. But also what we are witnessing here, and the point is that I was very lucky that I could name the move queen g5. But if after queen d7 now you would ask me again, what is White's move? I'm not completely sure.
Black doesn't have a direct threat, right? So you can maybe still go castles long.
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, that can we castle long, because it would be very nice.
And then maybe like c6, you know, and then it continues.
But hang on, you also have a move like knight e8. The knight is trapped, yeah?
Ah, finally Black actually has a threat, right?
Yeah, with queen on d7, covering the f5 square.
Oh, wow. So castling long is maybe premature.
Who knows? I mean, yeah, the knight on h6. Very
is it
special.
possible to go f4 instead if knight e8 is a threat?
Yeah, but f4, of course, also with the king on e1, it feels
f4, I don't want to play. Yeah, he plays h3. Yeah,
h3, wow, because he wants to get knight g4.
Oh my god, knight g4, opening the h file.
Super applause. I mean, basically, this is the moment, you know, when you feel like, you know, doing this
H3.
because unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, not only trying to save the knight, but also trying to include the rook into the attack.
Yeah,
nice.
using the fact that the king on h7 is in the pin. Yeah, I mean, it's pinned on the h file. I mean, one can't really say it like this because there is still so much traffic on the h file. But yeah, stunning play, and computer confirms. Unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely lovely game so far. Yeah, 13 moves deep, and we have seen so much new stuff in those 13 moves. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I was so happy commentating the Fischer Random Championship because it was like a new adventure. Yeah, from thinking from first move, and here we are witnessing very much the same. Super stuff. How to play with black, because still the same issue that the knight can't move from e5. Knight g6 runs into bishop d3. This is like the thematic stuff. So we can't target this h4 bishop. And otherwise, also with queen d7, we have compromised our pieces.
Very difficult, yeah, because I think white is already ready to go knight g4, right?
Well, if needed, yeah, or now also you can go long castle next, yeah, first.
Maybe black.
And look at this, Prag, down to 2.5 minutes on move 13.
So apparently knight g6 is possible.
It's still the best,
strong,
yeah?
Because bishop d3, knight e4 is not the end of the world.
Wow. Okay, yeah. But also this to understand during the game, it's so tough, yeah, that before it was resigns after knight g6, bishop d3, now that the queen is strangely awkwardly placed on d7, and then it's not so bad. Knight e4 played instantly by, instead immediately by Prag. Takes. Knight g4, the knight jumps back, trades this, tries to trade this monster knight on e5.
Yeah, black could play something like queen f5 and just hope to ride it out, pawn down.
No, but I mean, then it's an endgame without any hope, no?
Well, I mean, some hope to save the game, I would argue.
Yes, you think so, yeah?
Okay, maybe not, yeah, because after queen f5, he can take and even play bishop g3, yeah? And
yes, I mean, c3 or long castle and then bishop g3, yeah, this is the...
bishop g3, I cannot even untangle so easily, yeah?
You meant bishop g3 immediately
Yeah,
or
right
taking
away,
on
yeah.
e5?
No, just right away, bishop g3, yeah?
Ah, right away, yeah. Yeah, takes knight g6 on the board. Yeah, I think Prag will try to keep the queens on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that these very original positions are one of the main strengths of Arjun. Yeah, he's such an original player. And he feels also in FC Nimzo, he had some very nice results, I think. All this craziness suits him. By the way, okay, in Mamedyarov Liam Le game, there is no surprise. Shakria is completely winning and dominating. And what about Magnus? Maybe we have to catch up because after we have to jump back to this game. How much of a trouble is Magnus in? So what happened? Bishop rook c2 did happen. Takes knight f4, king f1. These are the very difficult moves, tough moves to find. Knight g2 and bishop b6.
Yeah, I have a feeling he'll be out of trouble very soon here.
Yeah, up on the clock. Again, up on the clock.
Apparently, knight takes g2 was wrong.
Yeah, but so tempting, yeah, that you will have knight e3 check, whatsoever. But yeah, Magnus suddenly goes bishop b6, and the bishop is heading towards this diagonal. And also the a pawn might start to march. Wow, how Magnus does it? Yeah, of course, we see that the opponents are making some mistakes, but they are brilliant players, yeah? So the Magnus does something exceptionally well to provoke those mistakes.
No, of course, yeah. We also saw this yesterday when he was defending this horrible position against Prag.
Yes.
That he is just like such an amazing defender, yeah? He just finds this only moves. It's almost like you're playing some version of Fritz, yeah, and trying to beat it.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have time to look at this endgame because we have just seen that after knight g6, Arjun went for queen h5 check, king g8, the stunning bishop f6, preparing some bishop take g7 sacrifice, and Prag ignores it. He opted for queen a4 with 1 minute on the clock.
I thought white is threatening knight h6 check. I just don't get it.
Because, okay, bishop takes g7 is now met by bishop takes g4. That's the idea of queen a4. Okay, I get it, but you say knight h6 check.
Mm-hmm.
Is your problem?
Well, I think it's more like Pragnananda's problem. But
that's true, because of course, yeah, black can't take on h6 because of queen h6 and then queen g7 checkmate. And if that's the case, yeah, knight h6 check played. This might be game over because
this is game over. Yeah. And equality in the match, yeah, we are back.
Equality in the match. I mean, okay, this match has incredible potential to be one of the big spectacle of this tour's final.
And in the meantime, Shahryar won against Liam.
He's bouncing back. He still needs to win on demand with the black pieces on. But even if he doesn't do it, I think this game will give him a lot of confidence for tomorrow.
We'll give him maybe some better memories of this match. And I think Wesley is pressing Anish.
Well, I mean, at least it's a risky position and some hope for something more. And that's it. Prag resigned after knight h6. So it's a incredible knockout. Just 80 moves played and Prag had to resign. What a game by Arjun. Incredible. And bouncing back, tying the match.
It's like an absolute miniature, yeah? Didn't even make it to move 20, yeah? Like an absolute miniature.
Yeah, and okay, there were so many stunning moves, including also Prag finding this bishop d6, which was the best computer move. Queen g5 was strongest, queen d7 was strongest. And I think Prag rightly had real hopes here that, okay, this is very complicated, but I have my chances. And then this h3 move, okay, this was brutally strong.
Yeah, no, this whole series of moves with queen g5, queen d7, h3, just unbelievable. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, just puts an end to it. And of course, we have discussed that maybe Black could have gone for an endgame, but it wasn't the idea to just try to hold on in a pawn-down hopeless endgame. But okay, back to Magnus now. Now we can focus on Magnus's game. And look at this, he gonna lose the e4 pawn, but this powerful pawn on a5 and the bishop should actually hold rather easily, I believe. In fact, hang on, if white's king is getting ready to go all the way to b5, then is it white or black who has to think about draw?
Well, I mean, if I want to make a draw with black, I can just go knight c4, knight takes b6, and rook b2, and torture.
Yeah, well, actually, probably not only you have to do this.
Yeah, no, I probably should.
And then and then this endgame that we talked about, the fg pawn against the e pawn.
Yeah, I mean this pawn that I mean this endgame that is a dead draw theoretically, but in real life people often lose it.
Yeah, there are some questions. Yeah, rook f6 check, for example, the first, that where do you go with your king? Yeah, Magnus goes king g4. Yeah, he wants to cover the g pawn.
Yeah. No, I did a lot of work in this endings, and then you know what I noticed? When I stopped playing chess, my memory stopped holding these positions. Like I don't need this anymore, and somehow they started disappearing from my active memory.
I understand you perfectly. Yeah, it's very, you know, because before I never understood, for example, we discussed with Arshak a lot, yeah, for more than 10 years we were working together every day, basically. And, but it was always in my repertoire, yeah, so I memorized, I remembered everything. And Arshak was saying that, okay, he has to see the lines, yeah, and I was like, why? I mean, we have been looking the last 1-2 years, this type of positions. And now when I'm as a coach, I also have exactly the same feeling, yeah, that because it's not my opening, I know that I'm not going to play tomorrow. You don't have to, you are not non-stop refreshing and rechecking and rehearsing the lines. I always ask, okay, and then sometimes Vincent is laughing that, okay, come on, did you forget? We looked at this. I said, good that you remember, yeah?
Yeah, no, this is the thing, yeah, you don't need to remember, so why would you, right? It's just, you don't need to, and this makes all the difference in the world. I also now, I see chess differently. Like I would, for instance, 10 years ago, I would look at this rook endgame and I would think, would I be able to make a draw with white? This would be important to me. This question would be important to me. Now I look at this rook endgame, I don't care.
Yeah, you just enjoy the position. Okay, let's check it. What is happening? Yeah.
Yeah, I just enjoy the view basically. Yeah, I no longer am emotionally invested in looking at this position.
Yes, but actually there is a big difference that white managed to push his pawn to e5. Yeah, I think this helps white tremendously.
Now it actually looks like an absolutely dead draw because I don't see how black can get his king out without allowing some pawn trade.
Yeah, big step forward. I mean, just a little. I mean, if the pawn is on e3 and then black is able usually to get g6, f5, and those are the positions that black tries. Black starts shuffling or whoever has the pawn up.
Yeah, always a pawn on e4. He had to go for f6, g5. He had to get some sort of a stability, and then he gets winning chances.
Yeah, but his king was still cut on the 8th rank. Yeah, he couldn't immediately push the pawns.
Yeah, now rook a7 back, and then check and back, and it's a draw.
But also, yeah, just king f4. I mean, rook a7 was possible, but nothing wrong with king f4. Yeah, Magnus will hold it, which means that Duda will be in a must-win situation with the white pieces. Of course, a missed golden opportunity therefore by Duda. I mean, when do you get this chance against Magnus to bounce back with the black pieces? Which meant that he also played a brilliant game before, yeah, that he managed to outplay Magnus, but outplaying Magnus is not enough. You have to win.
Yeah, in fact, outplaying anyone is nothing, yeah, until you actually beat them.
Unfortunately, yeah, I know it, yeah, because often I have been masterfully outplaying my opponents, then getting in time trouble, and then I was often even happy to survive in a good position because time was ticking down.
Yeah, no, I mean, in a way, outplaying is even like a wrong word. Yeah, we often imply that, you know, it's some sort of an achievement, outplaying, but it's often just the beginning of your troubles.
Exactly. Yeah, okay, Magnus knows his business. Yeah, he just sets up this rook e8, e5. Again, black's king is in a box. f5 does not work because of ef6 en passant, so the pin never works in black's favor. And otherwise, if you give check, okay, I want to give a check, and then king g4, I want to play rook f5. That's how I'm trying at least to play some psychological game, but I don't know what I'm achieving. But okay, let me give you this check.
Yeah, no, it's probably a good try.
Yeah, but I mean, basically what I'm worried of that. But okay, yeah.
I can probably just go king g3, no?
Yeah, but then at least I'm okay. But you will have e6. Yeah, once I try to activate the king h6.
Yeah, you cannot really go king h6. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a bad luck. Yeah, king g4. We're gonna see rook f5, I believe, and then we might just see king g3 as well. And the problem is that, yeah, for the moment, white can't play e6 well because black might have f6 and then rook e5. But okay, also here it's just the beginning. But if we play king g3, then the move I wanted to play with black to activate the king immediately with king h6, but then already e6, f6 even loses to e7. So
yeah, or check and e7. Yeah, black cannot allow this. Yeah.
Yeah. So black goes rook a1. Sets up a trap, yeah, that invites e6. After e6, black can play f5, check. And after king g5, we have rook g1 check, kicking the king away. So Magnus will just sit and wait, king f4. Rook a4 check. Now the important moment, the psychological moment in all these rook end games, that do you let yourself be cut on the fourth rank, or do you go up?
You have to, yeah, because king g5, rook e4 is really bad news.
Exactly. Yeah, king g5 runs into rook e4, and the king is kind of stalemated there. You are in Zugzwang. First of all, rook e7 runs into king f8, but also rook takes e5 looks like a win, yeah, because this pawn end game with king h6, winning the opposition should win the game, yeah. So king f3, of course, only move. And nothing changed because black can still not activate the king because then e6 comes already.
Maybe he can play g5?
He will have to. Yeah, g5 on the board. Yeah, and breaking news, Vasily Svanishvili ended in a draw.
That was one hell of a breaking news, my friend. Yeah.
Exactly. I had to make it exciting. Yeah, the announcement. If somebody had not paid attention, then it was a draw. I mean, a rock solid performance by both sides. We are heading toward the blitz playoff and the potential Armageddon there. Believe me. Rook f4, check king g3, and at the same time, Vasily is kind of enjoying the situation, especially if Duda will miss now the chance to bounce back. That will kind of guarantee second place for Vasily if he gets to the blitz playoff. Yeah, so he can even afford to lose it, even if Duda gets to the blitz playoff and manages the almost impossible to beat Magnus. It's still not enough for catching Vasily.
Yeah, I think by now we can just say that Wesley So will be second in this tournament. Yeah.
I think so, but I don't want to jinx it, yeah?
Well, that would be like the biggest jinx in history.
It's always tricky, yeah, that announcing anything, but yeah, it looks very good for him, and he knows it. There is just no reason for him to take extra risk, as we highlighted that Anish is hurt, he's wounded, but this is the last round, and one thing is for sure, he wants to end the tournament with normal play, and he will give everything for this match.
But there is also a question whether it's certain that Duda will be third. Yeah, it's not certain, right? I mean, he can actually be caught.
Definitely, because Duda has 10 points and Arjun has 9 points. He is just 1 point behind.
Okay. No, I think Arjun will just will catch him.
Yeah, he has all the chances, but also Liam still has chance to win his match and then gets 3 points, will jump to 11 points. I mean, there are all kinds of craziness going on for the third place. I don't know how important it is. It might affect the overall standing as well. We don't know exactly, but still a lot at stake here.
Is there any like overall bonuses, anything?
There is an overall bond there, definitely. I mean, I think Magnus, by winning the overall tour, wins another extra $50,000, if I'm not mistaken. I will need a confirmation, but something like this I have in my mind.
That's a lot of dollars.
Yes, a lot. And I guess then also if the first prize is so high, then also second, third, fourth are still cashing in big time. King f3. Rook f4, king e3, because in general, I believe that in major tournaments, there is no extra prize. It's all what you gather, because there is this incredible payout for $7,500 for winning each match.
Well, apparently there is only one bonus, yeah, for the...
That's all. Okay. So for the tour winner with extra 50,000, which Magnus has already cashed in before the tour tour final started. All right, but anyway, I think the prestige, that if you can say that you were second or third in the Meltwater's Champion Chess Tour, it's a very impressive achievement. So it's not just the dollar that counts. Yeah, sometimes the prestige is even more important.
Sometimes they go hand in hand.
Yeah, sometimes they, and already the players who finish second, third in the tour means that they have heavily cashed in with over $100,000. Something to be really proud of and very happy.
I wouldn't mind $100,000 myself. I mean, if somebody, would offer me $100,000, I would probably say yes, yeah.
But I mean, come on, you have 100,000 in Tripoli, no? 2004.
No, not even close.
Not even, because all the FIDE taxation,
no,
right?
But also this was like the lowest prize fund in the history of World Championships. So I was very happy to win that tournament, don't get me wrong, but it didn't make me rich.
Yeah. This is how it works, yeah. When I won Linares 2003, okay, shared with Kramnik, but finally with a better tiebreak, I was declared winner, and Kasparov was third, and with Vichy together, and then what was the first prize? Something like 5,000 euro. I won with this so-called winning the Wimbledon of chess. Yeah, it's an incredible achievement, fantastic prestige. There were some starting monies involved.
Next year it was 100,000. Yeah, no.
I mean, not next year, but from 2006. Yeah, it was 100,000 exactly.
Already 2005, I think it was 100,000.
Could easily be, yes.
Yeah. So it's just kind of, you just miss it, yeah.
And there was this, I believe, what drove me crazy. There was a Minneapolis Open. At that year, exactly, I think in 2003, an open tournament 1 month later or something like this, where Isoria won, and I think he won $50,000. And I was going crazy in 2003, winning the Wimbledon of chess in Linares and winning Minneapolis Open, and you get this incredible difference, yeah. Just crazy.
What do you want? Yeah, it's America, land of opportunities, yeah.
That's for sure, yeah. Yes, so what is this Rook f2? What does it mean that Magnus managed to cut White's king on the f file? It doesn't seem to be decisive.
Well, at least it's some progress, yeah. Maybe he should, because now Black wants to go. He played Rook f2. He wants to go g4 round to g2 with his pawn. So at least White has to be accurate, sort of. Rook a6, g4, rook a3.
Yeah, there is something to think about for Magnus. Is now also down to 3 minutes, Duda down to 19 seconds. So
yeah, that line I mentioned is just losing for White. You cannot do this. Like rook a6, g4, rook a3 loses to f5 check.
Beautiful. And then this ef king f6. And then it really matters that White's king is cut off.
Yeah, we cannot allow this.
Yeah. Wow, okay, there is some intrigue. Interesting that Magnus actually did allow this. Yeah, we see the computer says that it's no problem, it's everything fine, but
I think his draw had been easier before.
Yeah, it looked like with rook on e8 there was not even any way for Black to make progress. Can we just but the g5 move that you mentioned, yeah, this g5 change things because there is a new dynamic. The king might come from this angle. The rook anyway reached f4. The rook was finally forced away from e8 to rook b5, and king is coming. All right. I mean, Duda is putting some pressure. Magnus going for rook b7 check. King f8 played. Yeah, black has to run away because king e6 is met by rook b6 check. And now the big question that how do we continue? At least it's good news. And Magnus goes e6. Bravo.
I was thinking about e6, fe, and then king e5. And then if g4,
well, I mean, okay, we can already, I mean, what is the problem?
g4, rook a4, huh?
Yeah, I mean, rook b4, and you want to
rook
play
b4,
rook g2.
and then I thought g3, huh? And then,
yeah, but g3, then rook g4, and then rook g2, but rook f7 played. I mean, king e5, rook f7, then rook b6, and rook e7 is met by king f6. So king g7, yeah, Duda sticks to the principle of cutting this king, and Magnus has to be certain that this is a draw. The good point is that black's king is cut on the 6th rank. Yeah, this is the defensive mechanism.
Yeah. He just waits for g4. He will move the rook away, and after g4, he will attack this pawn. Yes.
Yes, and look at how Magnus is sitting there. Like he's a little bit pissed that he has to defend this endgame, but at the same time he signals that okay, come on, I know my job.
At the same time, we learned something. Yes.
Yes, definitely, it's very, very instructive. Rook f4. Okay, no way to make progress. Rook a6. Rook b6. But yeah, Duda definitely gets a lot of confidence. On the other hand, okay, he gets some confidence that this is I can outplay Magnus or I can get chances. But usually, if you just had chances against Magnus, those chances might not reappear. That's the problem.
No. It's very rare that you get chances against Magnus. So it's for me also one of the most important points of preparing for Magnus, that basically you have to have this mindset that if you have the slightest chance, the shadow of a chance, the suspicion you might have a chance, then you just attack him with all your strength, because you will never get a chance again. Yeah, this is a very important point in my perception of Magnus. I think this is the mistake that both Caruana and Nepomniachtchi made, that having the chance, they did not wholeheartedly attack him.
Yeah, it looked like, okay, we have a chance, then the chance might come again. Yeah, but it never came again.
It never comes again. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, I mean, he will give you a chance. He will give you a chance. He did this with Vishy, he did this with Karakin, he did this with Fabi, he did this with Nepo, but you have to kind of attack him. You have to take him by the throat and kind of never let him go.
Yeah.
If I may say so, I think this is very important. Otherwise, you really cannot beat him.
Yeah, this is it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it. The secret had been revealed, but a little bit too late, yeah, because Magnus has given up on the title by himself.
Well, that is true. Yeah, there is another development of which at some point maybe we should speak. Yeah, it's such a huge thing in the chess world that Magnus is Magnus, but very soon we'll have a new world champion. Yeah, at least formally. So in a way, he's a former world champion already, so to speak, right?
Yeah, I mean, not long ago the news came out, yeah, that he signed the paper that he's giving up on the title, and then already officially Dingliran received the invitation.
Yeah, we should switch to the interview.
Or also before, but especially in the rook endgame, I thought. I mean, sometimes these endings are lost if you can cut off the king on the e file and then just bring the king around the other way. So I think maybe he missed one chance, or maybe I had some crazy defense there as well, but it didn't look good. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, it was. I don't know. I thought I was slightly better, and then I realized that. I was just worse, and I couldn't find a way to even close to equalize, which is a shocking misjudgment, actually. So yeah, after that it was tough, but I'm happy I managed to hold.
Despite it being a tough one, on camera it looked like you were having a good time while you were playing it. The viewers want to know, can you reveal what are you listening to? What's the music?
It's I mean, there are different things, but I don't like to share it too much.
All right, good luck. Thanks.
Wow, so there is some new secret song or songs that Magnus is listening to. I mean, last time he revealed it was ABBA, it was an innocent ABBA. What could it be this time, yeah, if it remains a secret?
Oh, I wonder, yeah. I also wonder if ABBA was an honest piece of information last time, if it's a big secret now.
Yeah, well, but there was also this message from Magnus that he said that he thought that he could be slightly better, and then suddenly he said that it was a bad judgment.
Well, maybe he thought he was a bit better around here, but very soon he was struggling for his dear life.
Yeah, basically when rook f8 happened, and we realized that there is always some knight b6. And because of this, Magnus gave up the b file and now goes for bishop c4, probably with the intention that bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, knight b6 could be met by rook b1, or I mean, even that doesn't look impressive, or queen a6, I mean, something. Mm-hmm. But Duda actually now switched to knight f8, and then all of a sudden the knight was coming to e6, takes, queen d3, h5, and yeah, with a monster knight on e6, also black very comfortably able to create Luft with h5, takes, rook b3, and this is where we basically joined in, and was clear that Magnus in a lot of trouble. And the point being that after knight f4, king f1, apparently Duda should have captured with the rook, which was giving him very big advantage.
Yeah, come to think about it, rook g2 followed by rook h2 and h4, h3, yeah, is not even that difficult, yeah, if you think about it, just rook g2 and just push this pawn, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that Duda must have seen rook g2, but thought that knight g2 may be even stronger because I will have knight e3, and he missed this bishop b6 defense.
Yeah, no, knight g2 is one of those visual moves, yeah, they look strong when you don't have much time to think, yeah, rook g2 is just actually strong.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, finally Magnus escapes and, well, keeps the lead. So it's all eyes on Duda. Duda needs to win on demand in the last game. Arjun Erigaishi has bounced back with a absolutely astonishing performance. I mean, he turned classical chess into Fischer random chess, and he delivered checkmate to Prague. The match score is now tied 1.5, 1.5. I mean, I think this is just the beginning of this incredible match. Then we have seen Wesley Su against Anish Giri so far 3 rather peaceful draws, but we know draws means that we will have a blitz playoff and potential Armageddon, so we will be enjoying this action. In fact, rooting for a 4th game to end in a draw so that we will get this beautiful blitz playoff. And the match which looked like Liam has in the pocket after that incredible, shocking first game victory, and then winning the second game smoothly, Shakhriyar Mamedyanov bouncing back and makes it a 2-1. He will need to burn all bridges with the black pieces to come back, but it's he has shown sign of life and sign of belief, yeah, that he's going after the comeback.
Yeah, this will be very interesting.
What should we do? We have 5 minutes. Let's have a very quick break, and
sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, so that we will have all the energy for the final ultimate rapid game of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour season 2022. Stay with us.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
My name is Rafael Diaz, and I have been passionate about chess since I was 14 years old. Chess taught me a lot of things when I was a teenager, like how to think strategically and how to make decisions based on logical reasoning. It also taught me to find the determination to pursue my goals, which later on helped me to obtain a PhD in physics. Chess has helped me so much that I always wanted to find a way to make more people interested and attracted to this wonderful game. My other passion, video games, led me to create my own game studio, Minimal Games. We are now a team of 8 people, and we have been working for the past 2 years in our most ambitious project to date, Chessarama. Chessarama is a collection of chess-inspired games, each with a different set of rules and themes like medieval fantasy, farming, samurai, and even soccer. Our objective is to give players a modern gameplay experience using inspirations from chess tactics, strategies, and culture to create original puzzle and turn-based games all in one package. The reason why I'm here today is to announce our partnership with Play-Magnus Group, founded by the 5 times world chess champion Magnus Carlsen and creator of the Champions Chess Tour, the world's most innovative sport event to emerge in the last few years. As part of this partnership, Chessarama will become an official sponsor of the Champions Chess Tour for the remainder of 2022 and for the whole season of 2023. We will also be an official partner of the next FIDE World Championships broadcast on Chess24 channels. It is a big honor to have Play-Magnus Group supporting Chessarama's mission of bringing even more people to the magical world of chess. I invite you to join us in this adventure by adding Chessarama on your Steam wishlist.
Yeah, welcome back everyone. A very emotional moment. This is the last round, the last classical rapid portion of this season. I mean, the whole season ends basically today. And if not, we won't have a blitz playoff. That means that the tour ends. I mean, I'm really very emotional right now. We have seen so much drama, so many incredible games. By the way, I have forgotten to tell you that on chess24.com/tour, you can vote for the best games of the season. Yeah, there are some incredible incredible games on that list. Please check it out. Vote for your favorites. And we already have liftoff. Well, all eyes on Prag versus Arjun-Prag, but also all eyes on Shakriyama Magyarov. Will he be able to bounce back? And of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Magnus Carlsen. Jan-Krzysztof Duda also needs to win on demand to get to the blitz playoff. I have not said the name Anish Giri against Wesley So, because I really feel that that match is very solid and we are almost guaranteed for the blitz playoff. Something extraordinary has to happen there, that that match won't get to the blitz playoff.
But in general, I think we're right about today. Yeah, very tense day in the best sense of the word, right? Like a lot of interesting chess. They kept the best for last.
Yeah, and also here we see again a big theoretical duel. I'm a little bit surprised, and the reason why I suddenly was speechless, that the line previously worked to perfection for Arjun. Yeah, this bishop f5. I don't really understand why he felt the need to deviate first. Yeah, it little bit surprises me. Now after bishop g4, queen b3, queen b6, knight e5, bishop f5. C takes d5. Prag might be able to show some preparation. Yeah, takes, knight d5, bishop d3. This is known to be kind of slightly better. For the very first time when I saw it, white was winning. It was exactly Erwin Lamy with the white pieces, I think, in Vaikanzi won a very nice game. And ever since I believe that this is slightly annoying for black. Takes happened. E6 looks very solid. Knight on d5. White has these double pawns, but the knight on d6 is a monster. Bishop on d covers the b4 square. White wants to go king e2, rook c1, bring the pieces. And it turns out that, you know what? It's not so easy, not so comfortable to defend this with black.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, it's a very suspect opening choice. Yeah, black might end up in an uncomfortable position without much counterplay.
Yeah, and we have just seen Arjun showing what he's capable of. Yeah, what a dynamic player he is. And then equalizing the score and then suddenly going for the defensive. Yeah, I just don't feel that it's the right attitude, because probably Prag also got nervous. Yeah, he was leading the match. Arjun just delivered this incredible knockout punch. And then suddenly Prag, instead of being under any pressure, he gets a risk-free option of torturing his opponent. Dream scenario. Wow, we get, I'm too late. Guys, sorry. I'm very sorry for everyone. Tadeusz is just informing me that the best game prize has just finished. The voting has just finished. The results came in. And Carlsen Firuza, the tie-break game where Magnus sacrificed the queen, won. And hang on. And then Mamedjadov Giri, this incredible sacrificing game, was second by a margin of 50-60 votes. Incredible stuff. Okay, you called it. You guys called it. It was a very close race. Wow. Okay, we had so much. I mean, in any case, it makes a lot of sense to check that list out, even if you have missed it. It's my fault. Blame it on me. But finally, okay, it's we have a winner.
Yeah, no, I mean, Magnus dominated the two, got all the money, got all the best prizes. Must be nice.
Ah, wow. No, I was mistaken because I got the message that about this, but apparently there was a Duda Carlsen, which was the second, and the third was Mamedjadov Giri. There were 3 prizes. So all 3 games got special prizes. So let me announce one more time. Carlsen Firuza from the Miami event, the FTX Crypto Cup, the tiebreak game. Then the second game was Duda versus Magnus Carlsen. I don't have the information from which game, which tournament exactly. The Aim Chess Rapid. Okay, that's perfect. And the third game prize went to Mamedjadov Giri, also from the Aim Chess. So one can see that in Aim Chess, some incredible chess had been played.
Oh, that was the aim, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I mean, while I was talking, while I was announcing things have escalated.
Basically, I think Arjun is like dead lost now, yeah?
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, how could he play such a bad opening, especially because in the previous game, everything worked. I mean, in his previous black game, he had no trouble.
C5 is apparently just like a losing mistake, yeah? Cannot allow this. Take DC, cannot allow this.
Yeah, the exchange sacrifice was bounced instantly by Prag. Yeah,
yeah, he knew what he's doing. Yeah, and then b4, knight a3, knight c4, and total control, total domination.
Yeah, bishop e7, knight a3, knight c4 comes. Rook a1 joins the party. The pawns are vulnerable. I mean, white will just collect everything. Oh, this is in a way, of course, great news for Prag and his fans. A little bit sad for us because this match was promising still so much. Okay, this is just the beginning. Who knows? Maybe we will be seeing some drama here, but it looks like Prag is in total control.
This will be very difficult to hold. Yeah, it's like a bad ending forever and ever. But okay, I mean, Arjun, plan B, defend.
Yeah, he needs to defend, dig deep in, and the breaking news. Another breaking news, Anish Giri, Vasily So end in a draw. which means that we will have one blitz playoff already guaranteed. All right, let's take a look. What happens in the match between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Magnus Carlsen? This is very special.
Some fight, yeah?
Yeah, wow. So what it is? Again, c4, knight f6, knight c6, d5, knight f3, knight c6, e3, d5, takes, bishop b5, knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop d6. So it's like reverse Pausen, yeah, but
as d4 queen f6, this line was reasonably hot some time ago.
So you know this, yeah? Excellent.
I mean, this I've certainly seen. And this position they're having now, I'm not sure. This could already be a bit new.
Bishop b8, knight d2, knight d7. Yeah, it's everybody is fighting for his square. Yeah, Duda makes sure that he gets the knight to e4 before black gets the knight to c5. Of course, if black gets knight to c5, then black will probably be better. So white keeps his initiative with knight e4.
This queen e7, right?
Queen e7, yeah, looks
pretty solid. Yeah.
I'm wondering why Magnus is taking his time. Does he consider some queen h4 that maybe just to cover some squares?
Could also go queen g6, right?
Also queen g6 looks a bit...
Looks vulnerable, but then he can follow up with f5, who knows? Yeah?
And then we go g4, no? After queen g6. Fix this queen on g6.
Yeah, and I was wondering, yeah, g4. That's right, yeah, and I would have to move on, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I might be starting g5 with winning the queen, funnily enough. Then
yeah, it could happen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least, yeah, Magnus goes, I mean, we tried everything. Queen e7, queen h4, queen g6, queen d8 on the board. Very funny, but I mean, I'm not liking what Magnus is doing.
Queen d8, I think the point is that if white ever takes on d6 and his queen is better placed on d8, yeah, ready to go to c7, to a5. But then white will never take on d6 and then the queen will have lost some time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, if white is not taking on d6, then what should white do?
Well, usually like h4 is a good start, yeah.
Wow, you really just expand here, yeah? Now you don't want to castle, just h4, yeah?
I think your idea is at some point to play f5. So I'm kind of getting ready for knight g5, and later I will play something else.
Interesting, yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's make a quick tour. Okay, the Anish game has finished in something like 8 minutes. Then we will already have the blitz playoff. It won't be even so easy to focus on that, but it should be a lot of fun. And what about Shakriya? Does he have some chances because he needs to win with black? He did try d4, g6. I mean, he tries everything. He goes for this modern stuff, or what is the name of this opening? Giri chose black, and in exactly 9 minutes, 19 past the hour, the blitz playoff will start. And then Shakriya managed to open up the center, but at the same time, position is quite symmetrical. I mean, solved all the problems. He has a little bit of an initiative, but it might be too little. Knight c4, rook fd8. Also, then knights might be changed, traded.
One has a really stable position. Yeah.
Any hope for a blitz playoff here?
5%.
Yeah. I mean, okay, with white, what would you do? Yeah, because the knight wants to jump to dc or not.
Oh, that's actually a good point. On move 18 instead of queen c6. So Tadej informed us, yeah, he could just go rook fd8.
Hitting the knight
move, the knight f3 check, and
wow, and then gf, queen f3, and there are no threats, but we are in a total box.
Ah, it also looks awful for white, yeah, actually.
Yeah, I mean, okay, because we don't have rook d1.
We don't have moves.
Yeah, we don't have moves. Wow, so actually Shakhriyar did get a chance. Did get a chance. All right, now, however, the chance is gone. Yeah, he's tiny bit better, but for the moment, hard to see him really getting winning chances. But
yeah, he would have loved to win that. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, especially because I think his angriness comes from this first game. He just feels like, okay, what is this? We are talking about me losing the match who should have won game one. Yeah, so I think he was getting quite some energy and motivation from that fact to prove everyone that this result is not entirely correct. So, and what about Magnus? Yeah, I see that Duda did opt for this knight takes d6 option. However, with a very concrete idea, bishop a3 hitting the d6 pawn, and after queen c7 going for queen a4.
I don't understand.
What happens? What is the main idea?
Well, his idea is after castles. I don't understand.
How to target this pawn?
Also, his pawn on c3 is sort of hanging with triple check, yeah? So he doesn't have all the freedom in the world.
Yeah, but okay, one could argue that with king e2, okay, of course, yeah, now that you castled already takes, knight c5 is a winning threat, basically.
I just don't get it. It just looks very not promising for white.
It looks strange because black is threatening to play knight c5. I mean, we have options like queen c4 and then provoking knight c5 and maybe taking on c5, but doesn't look that convincing. Yeah, you take with the pawn. But okay, let me try this. Queen c4.
Yeah, maybe this is what you do, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have to probably go knight c5. And then bishop takes c5. You claim that if I take queen c5, then take a4 is probably better for white, yeah?
That's a dream, yeah. Then we fix this terrible structure. That's great news. There is also this big finesse that b5 intermezzo does not work because then white just moves with the queen to h4 and queen c5 is met by a checkmate on h7. So this is good news. That's why I was claiming right from the start that probably black has to take d takes c5. But also then actually probably after a4 white should be, but I was worried of some b5 eventually coming.
Why? Because why eventually? Why not right away? Because of queen h4, right? And then ab.
Yeah, something, or also some bishop takes h7 check. Yeah, but for example, b5, ab, bishop takes h7 check.
Yeah, it does seem to work, right?
King h8, queen h4, and after rook takes a1, bishop b1 check.
It's very pretty.
It's beautiful, yeah.
It is really very pretty, yes.
Queen h7 check, yeah. So basically all these tactical motives need to be precisely calculated. But after DC, if we get the chance to play a4 and we castle, then one feels like there is something to play for.
Very likely, yeah. I don't know if, for instance, after a4, if I'm in time to play b6.
b6 castles.
I guess you're not tempted by some d6, yeah?
Yeah, that's why I also slowed down, yeah, but I don't want d6.
Yeah, unlikely to work. Also,
then even d6. You might be able to give the exchange, yeah?
Oh, this was the plan, yeah? No, yeah, maybe like this, yeah? Queen d3 didn't look right for white.
Yeah, king is stuck, and the point being also that I couldn't play bishop c4, or I could, but then bishop e6 is coming. However, then rook a d1. Actually, this is maybe dangerous, but...
Fe?
Ah, sorry, yeah, of course, my queen is also hanging, not only yours, yeah. Great, thank you. Yeah, so all eyes on Duda. He needs to bounce back, he needs to create some chances. And we know already, if he will miss his momentum, Magnus will, yeah, queen c4 on the board, correct. He goes for it. And Magnus takes, plays b5, and then he will go for this knight c5 business. Haven't got the pawn to b5.
Bishop b3. I'm not sure that this is an improvement, but Who knows?
I mean, he wants knight c5, yeah?
Yeah, takes c4.
And what is this structure? I mean, this structure, I feel like black should be able to liquidate, no or not?
I don't know, maybe next I'll go king d2, rook hc1.
Yeah, but maybe I can play b4, I can play bishop d7.
But b4 is so dangerous, no?
But b4 and then I'm gonna go a5, a4. Dangerous for whom?
I don't know.
I don't know, it's tricky. I mean, I like this b5 because it creates some
I can also
practical...
go a3 now.
Yeah, a3 is super fine. This is super fine. Just to show your technique, yeah? But hang on, we already have some counterplay. Rook a b8. I think Duda's choice is probably good. He opts back to bishop e2. Magnus anyway goes knight c5. Then if you want to play some boom boom, then maybe the bishop on e2 is better placed than on b3.
And I can go boom boom and a4, yeah, for what it's worth.
Boom boom a4. Okay, I have bishop d7 as a solid choice. What do we achieve finally?
I don't know, AB king d2.
Yeah, how much is this?
You the maestro, yeah.
Or it's always, you know, music to my ears is if the question is how much is it? So it means it's something already, yeah?
I think it is a bit something, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the king is there. One day, if I provoke c4, get with my king to b4, who knows? Yes.
Exactly. We have the, I mean, the d5 pawn is much stronger than the b5 pawn. We have a better king. We have the pass pawn. All right, but of course, yeah, black also has different options. He is not forced to play like I played, but it was a very logical reaction.
So Anish and Wesley, they started a tie break.
Wow. And okay, we immediately see not so forced theoretical lines. It's anti-Catalan kind of stuff. But in fact, Anish is such a big expert from the white side in this line. I mean, he has beaten me in the legends in this variation. I was playing with black. I was very close to full equalizing. I probably have even equalized, but burned too much time. And he kept on putting pressure and then beat me in a knight endgame. Knight h3, bishop f6. Super interesting. Okay, let's, you know, whoever has this in repertoire should be very happy because seeing the biggest expert from the white side playing against his own line, it's very important. And since there is no other direct action in the rapid games, maybe we can stay with this for a while.
Yeah, there's still both of them in some sort of a book, yeah, knight c4.
Yeah, and then takes, bishop b5. Okay, so Anish goes for the Kramnik stuff. I think this, like in 2016, in all these Grand Chess tours, Kramnik was defending black's position with this line.
Doesn't look like black needs much defending here to me.
Well, believe me, I mean, at least back then, the computers were always, you know, trying to indicate that white has a little pressure. But I have to highlight one thing. Duda has castled. I mean, he didn't take on c5 and go a4, and then we were very tempted to get this king to d2. This might be a regretting chance.
Well, it's interesting, yeah, because him castling indicates he doesn't want to take on c5.
Yeah, but then what?
But his position has zero promise unless he takes on c5.
Yes, yeah, he goes c4, but
c4 will not create chances.
I mean, black is just rock solid. Yeah, rook fc8 or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, rook fc8, cb, bishop b5. It just doesn't work like this. Chess does not work like this.
And also, black also very quickly runs to e7 with the king, covering the d6 weakness. Yeah, rook fc1, you might be also able to, but you don't need to, yeah? cb will always be met by bishop b5.
Yeah, you can even just go king f8, e7. It seems like Magnus is in control.
Yeah, Magnus is in control, yeah.
Completely winning.
Yeah, Prague is just. I mean, all what happened was basically visible from the structure that arose here.
Yeah. No, this was like playing c5 and allowing this exchange sack was a most unfortunate decision.
I mean, okay, we have to mention that it's like 4:20 a.m. Indian time where Arjun is playing. But no matter what the time situation, you will be so angry with yourself because of this decision. And yeah, so Prague in total control. We can jump back to the Wesley game. We know that Magnus is now also in control. There is no worry for Magnus, which means that Duda is not bouncing back, or it's very hard to imagine him bouncing back. Wesley guaranteed already second place, but this is much more about fighting for honor. And it's clear that Anish does not want to lose this match. That's clear. Rook e1. So a tiny little finesse which forced Anish to think. Yeah, everything else was blitzed out up till now.
Can Black start like taking stuff? Bishop takes c4.
Then the question, how do we recapture? Yeah, probably with the pawn, because we need to cover the c3 square, in fact. Yeah.
BC,
bishop yeah, if I take with the rook, then I'm worried that takes knight c3 might be a problem.
Well, at least will not give you chances to be better, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So we have to
take
go
BC, bishop takes d4.
Queen d4.
Knight b6.
But okay, all these boom booms, and we see Anish down to 2 minutes 38 seconds. It's not something you enjoy calculating, yeah, in a blitz game. And he doesn't go for it.
Yeah, I thought b6 was a good strategic move because it removes a weakness from this diagonal, but I thought the other one was just a forced draw, but this one is also fine. You know what bothers me? Is like, I think the chat by now mentioned probably like 1,000 movies. And I have a feeling that of these 1,000 movies, I've seen like 998 or so. Have I like wasted my life watching movies?
Well, but you are so happy, no, that you watch them, no? So then how can you say it was a waste of time if you
No, not a waste of time, but I think maybe I watched too many movies, yeah?
Yeah, but okay, you had to do something, yeah? You can't be looking at chess all the time.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the best preparation, yeah, just to relax a bit.
I'm mainly also impressed by the chat, yeah? They know all the movies. They know the rarest movies, the most sophisticated directors, art stuff, yeah, art house stuff, yeah, they know everything.
Yeah, that's very nice to hear. I mean, it means that we have a great chat, great followers. And by the way, also Wesley managed to put some pressure, yeah, there is something to play with, yeah, knight on e5, this is like a Catalan stuff, heading towards the c6 square. If this knight lands on c6, that would be very bad news for black, so black has to do everything to stop that happen.
And Anish clearly is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he gets his own medicine, yeah, he's the maestro from the white side, and he has to, yeah, he takes, at least he gets the c file and rook c7. He fights for the c6 square, rook f8, bishop b7, then king f8. I mean, these moves have to be played.
But it is pressure, right?
It is some pressure, yeah.
Even f4, king f2, and or rook d6 trying to go a5, and
yeah, Anish would say, yeah, give it to me, yeah, please turn the board. I will show you. b4
also a very, very good move, yeah, b5 and put something on c6.
Yeah, fighting, the fight for c6 square continues.
Yeah, in fact, after rook fc8, I can even go like bishop c6, yeah.
Yeah, some cement is coming on c6. Bishop b7 played, yeah, not a lot. I mean, at least trying to trade one pair of minor piece. So we are expecting bishop takes b7. No, rook c1. Smart move.
Ah, black is suffering. Yeah, black is suffering this one.
Yeah, I mean, rook fc8, but then probably, yeah, the A back rank will be vulnerable. So takes, rook c1 will be played. I mean, I'm expecting rook c7, rook c7, bishop takes b7, rook b7, and rook c1.
Yeah, and then g5, yeah, to show some understanding.
Yeah, g5 is the classic, yeah, that you create luft, you gain some space, but no, g6 only.
And g6 is a bit less understanding.
Yeah, strange move. Usually, yeah, okay, it comes from the hedgehog, yeah, in this famous line that it ends with g5 equality. At least it ended in 97 when I was playing that line. But yeah, g6, b5.
I wouldn't go b5, it allows knight d7, yeah? Why not go f3 first?
Yeah, so at least black also gets the c5 square.
Or gets to the rook endgame, yeah, which is always good drawing chances.
Yeah, I don't think that with white. Maybe knight d7, you just give a check and then retreat the knight to d3.
Maybe like this, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Anish down to 38 seconds.
No, Anish is losing this, yeah. Also, something is clearly wrong with his energy somehow.
Yeah, I told you he didn't look fit. Yeah, when we saw his interview, not the first day interview, but like on the third day, or he looked very exhausted.
Maybe, yeah. But you know, all I want to talk about is the first day interview.
Yeah, you were already then feeling that there might be some follow-up, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, knight d7. Played, of course, it had to be played with 14 seconds, and this is now 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. So you can forget about the 10 seconds. Yeah, check and knight c4, even
yeah,
knight c4.
Knight d6, practically like catching the rook, yeah, practically.
Okay, knight c5 and knight a5, because black is unable to take, the knight is hanging.
Yeah, he'll just put this pawn on a6 and queen his pawns, right? This is awful.
Wow. 6 seconds for Anish, knight e4. Heading towards the c3 square, trying to target the b5 pawn, but this looks lost.
Yeah, how to do it best? Best is probably just let Wesley do it, right?
Yeah, wow. I mean, in Shakri Amamedyanov game, there is a stunning knight c8 move by Liam, liquidating. Wow. All right, I just wanted to show because it's a picturesque move, yeah, that knight b6.
How does it liquidate?
Sorry?
How does it liquidate after rook takes c8?
Well, I'm expecting, I was believing, yeah, bishop takes f4.
Because rook d3 doesn't work, right?
Wow, and rook d7, it's a big turn of events. Apparently, white has a chance.
f4, knight takes f4 wouldn't have worked, yeah? Knight f4,
rook takes d6.
Queen, I know, e4 or...
Queen e4, yeah, that was the critical move.
f3, I know, but okay, they are kind of...
Wow, c4 wins. I mean, maybe not wins, but I mean, basically c4 wins the exchange.
Well, and the match, right?
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight, because this was a very more crucial moment. Wesley on the verge of winning the first game of the Blitz playoff. Knight d6 played, pawn on f7 is falling. Anish resigns. Wow. Wesley gave no chance for Anish here. Wow. So let's get back to
what happened like in Liam Amizarov? He just blundered.
Oof. What happens after rook d7, white played queen c4?
Then after queen c4, black has knight takes b2, right? And instead of this, he just let his knight be taken.
Oh my god, at the same time, all the action. Yeah, so knight takes b7 with the idea rook b2 is not possible due to rook takes d1.
Okay, white makes a draw, yeah? With rook d7, queen d7, knight c4, rook b7, probably?
But yes, I mean, okay, white is definitely not worse, but probably black, I mean, okay, it should be drawish.
Yeah, and instead he just played rook cd8 and white took rook takes d3.
And
so whatever he
resigned.
had in mind here didn't work out because he resigned.
Wow. Okay, yeah, this basically then seals the deal. Liam wins the match and ends the event with 11 points and moves up the ladder. So he's fighting for the third place. Duda, let's take a look. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he needs to bounce back to keep his hopes alive to clinch third place, but it's tough.
Like there is nothing to play for, yeah, because he needs to activate his king, but he cannot even play king f2 without allowing knight d3 check.
Yeah, also the clock situation, yeah, Magnus in total control with 9 minutes versus 2. And yeah, no, I mean, look at these pieces. That was the golden opportunity. Take on c5, get the king to d2. I mean, play a for king d2 and then try to squeeze up after short castle. We lost fate immediately. And yeah, look at Black's pieces, Magnus's pieces, just all of them make perfect sense. That's it. So no chances for Duda to bounce back. What about Prag?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of development. Yeah, so Prag absolutely winning. So this match will be over. Mamedyarov's match is over. And Wesley is, of course, a huge favorite to win now in the Blitz playoff against Anish. And this will only further add to complete misery of time that Anish had in San Francisco over the last 5 days, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, look at this. It's not only that these pawns are monsters and the knight on b4, d3, but there's even a pawn in reserve in the pocket in the pawn on b2, yeah? So you can just go king c4, b6 check, king b5, push c6, and this is like an unstoppable force.
Yeah, and you will not even need your reserve, but it's nice to know that it's there.
Exactly, just in case it supports.
Yeah.
And which would mean that actually Arjun would be stuck on 9 points. This would be good news for Liam and Duda. And Prag would catch Arjun with 9 points. So quite an important game for the tournament standing. Rook a5, fighting for the b5 square, yeah, so you give the b6 check, but then king b7. If you don't have king b5, then you also don't have c6 check. Arjun is fighting, but it looks like a hopeless case.
Well, White can maybe start with h3, fixing all the black pawns.
Well, he did go for knight a6 check. I believe that also Prag has calculated a forced sequence of moves, because he has quite quickly decided on this check. King c8 played.
His idea was king b7, c6 check, right? And his pawns are sort of queening by force.
Yeah, let's just show that because it's beautiful. Yeah, that king b7, c6 check, king b6 looks like black sets up a blockade, but then c7 comes. King b7 is only, then knight dc to c5 check. King has to go back to c8, and then b6 comes and b7 check is coming.
Yeah, this one is like an avalanche, yeah, like a completely unstoppable force advancing towards you.
Absolutely. So that's why black had to play king c8, which is a very sad move, and it's an indication that the game is over. And Prag still has 4 minutes. Yeah, if he would be down to 10 or 20 seconds, we could be talking about maybe something can happen, but like this, very hard to imagine. Which means that the game which started, Anish Giri against Wesley So, is the only blitz game that we might be, I mean, the last blitz game that we might be seeing today. And
it might be, yeah.
Yeah. Going for an uncompromising fight. Just a very quick update with the Magnus's game, where Magnus has also collected the d5 pawn, because Duda knows that though is not enough for him, he's suiciding himself. Goes for bishop b2, but this doesn't seem to work. I mean, again, Magnus can collect so many pawns. Yeah,
you can just play rook a2 and then go knight takes f6, and then king f6, knight takes e3.
And it's the third pawn again for the exchange.
Yeah. But in fact, he can also take knight takes e3 first. and ask some unpleasant questions. Yeah, now maybe knight c4 and e3 check.
Yeah, okay, Magnus is
in total control. Yeah,
yeah, total control, and he basically draw is enough to win the match. And he's in total control up on the clock. Duda has only 36 seconds. I mean, I think we should be focusing on the blitz playoff. Or what do you think?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, in the other game, yeah, Prag is going on the right track, c6, bishop d8, knight a6 to c5. g4 played. These pawns are not going anywhere because this knight on d3 actually it cements the pawn on f2. Besides, the pawn on b2 anyway covers the second rank as well. So there is nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah, he took knight e6, bishop b6. I expect him to bring a horsey to d5, right? Knight ef4 and then knight d5, and then at some point these pawns will continue their advance.
Wow, okay, he even plays h3 just to fix everything on light squares. Yeah, I mean, this idea of keeping the knight on d3, yeah, the stabilizer knight, and this knight is the knight which wins the game. Yeah, Magnus is taking his time because, okay, he knows that this is the moment when he can just clinch the game as well, and then the match is
basically
over.
Also the last moment he will need to think in this tournament, right? I mean, this last decision, basically. Also, he probably sees a bunch of forced draws, like knight e3, knight c4 is definitely a forced draw, but he's also thinking that, okay, maybe he should just win this game. And I think this is the smirk on his face. Thinking
Yeah, that should he go for this rook a2 and then sacrifice the exchange, but it's not a sacrifice since he's getting 3 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah, but also knight takes e3, king f2, knight c4, I think is a forced draw.
Yeah.
Because white goes bishop c4, e3 check, king e2, ed, bishop a3, bc, and then king d2.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
So he's just thinking, yeah, should I just win the match or should I win this game too? Which is kind of the royal thoughts which are going on in his mind right now.
And he also has the time to do that, yeah. All right, but look at this. Anish Giri against Wesley saw is an ultra sharp position. Wesley got provoked to some kingside expansion, but white has chances to break in the center with d4, yeah? Anish takes on d6. I don't get this. And then goes for d4, but this does allow black to put some fortress here, f6.
Like he doesn't even need f6 now. I can just go knight g6. Looks so solid to me.
No, but Wesley keeps on. Wow, I mean, Wesley tries to create counterplay. g4, ag, bishop g4. Magnus, by the way, still thinking.
Yeah, Wesley is playing as if he was trying to win, right?
Yeah, like if he's in a must-win situation.
Little bit, yeah. And now bishop goes, bishop e6, f4, maybe white will get some chances.
Well, to be fair, you know, the game that was featured in the previous game between this gentleman should have been with reverse colors, yeah, because Anish is the maestro of this line with the white pieces, and Wesley was actually having that line in his repertoire with the black pieces. So maybe Wesley got confused, yeah, that who won that game.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, okay, now he feels that he's in a must-win situation. Yeah, he goes all in with h5, h4, g5, g4, or he just wants to enjoy the tournament.
No, but this would be a funny mistake to make, right? Did I win the last game? Did I lose the last game? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I only know I was in Anish's territory, right? I mean that. Wow, and Magnus did go for the exchange sacrifice, and okay, it's. Wow, but after fe4, he opted even for knight c3, not for fe4. Again, this 3 pawns business.
I think
he wanted to.
This is both very safe for black and very good winning chances, yeah, which is a good combination.
Yes, some h4, g5 fix would be very nice.
Yeah, also just king e5 is a nice addition to black's position.
Yeah, I mean that if we can fix these weaknesses, bishop f3 played. Yeah, Magnus in total control. Prag going for the maximum. No safety, no stability, knight on d3. Why? If I'm winning, I'm winning. I'm guessing b6 forces resignation.
B6, rook g2 will be definitely tried. b7, king b8, knight takes d8, rook c2, king d3. And
well, there are just too many.
There are just too many pieces that white has.
Yeah. I mean, even b5, b6, c7 might be a checkmate. I don't know.
No, he just has way too many pieces.
Yeah, I mean, just to highlight the line that we have been discussing. Yeah, b6. No, Prag actually just
knight takes d8. Yeah,
just takes on d8. Anyway, rook g2 is played.
He's also now b6. Yeah. Knight f7 with knight d6. Okay, he's too good at this. Yeah, that is just.
Yeah, I mean, he has too much confidence. He calculates like a machine. And besides this extra pawn, yeah, this double pawn is very nice for white. It's probably not decisive, but just very nice to have. Arjun is fighting, but this is a hopeless cause.
Yeah, he just takes his time to control the pawn so it doesn't queen. And then he will, bring his pieces again, yeah? Okay, Arjun is putting up a fight, yeah? But this, yeah, as you say, it's a completely hopeless case.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, knight g5 looks like good enough. But yeah, Prag goes knight e5, okay, it's the same idea. He wants to have knight c4 check, yeah, and then closing the c file and then c7.
I think maybe knight c4 and then play king d4, king c5.
Yeah, okay, it looks winning. Also, Magnus's position looks completely winning. I mean, at least humanly speaking, it looks fantastic. Computer actually says that it's not so simple.
I mean, not so simple to win, yeah, but he's in total control. Can play bishop e4. Can.
Yeah, total control, and also still 4.5 minutes on the clock. And let's check out what happens in Anish's game, because some spectacular stuff is about to happen. Black has hit white with a rook takes g2 check just 2 moves ago. So queen takes e5, falling into the so-called trap with rook g2. You can't take the rook because of bishop h3 check, the discovered check, but white plays king h1. And after rook e2, now apparently white has a brutal rook takes f8 move, which seems like the way to go. How does black react after rook f8?
I think he resigns.
Probably resigns, yeah, because
okay, king f8, then queen h8, rook f1, and he'll take all black's pieces one by one by one.
Wow, do we gonna see an Armageddon? Come on, Anish, rook f8 on the board. That's the spirit.
It's actually amazing, yeah. Wesley, like, why did he need this? Why did he need g4? Couldn't he just play like knight g6, f6 and consolidate the hell out of this position?
No, he was playing for us. I mean, he was playing for the audience. He wanted to give chance. He wanted to make it as interesting as possible. It backfired, but we are in for an Armageddon. Yeah, it's great news for us.
Anish is back from the dead. Yeah, I sort of just stopped looking at his moves. Yeah, but he's back suddenly.
Definitely, and I think he will be very pleased, because this is the Anish. Yeah, it's I mean, if he can play such games. On the other hand, yeah, Wesley provoked him. You shouldn't be provoking Anish.
Well, I mean, Wesley, who just needed a draw, could keep it simple and solid. Yeah, this is a slightly unusual mistake for Wesley because it's also completely out of character. Like, did you ever think that we would have a discussion of, Wesley not being solid enough?
No, never. And look at, yeah, Anish, for what it means for Anish this game. Yeah, I think you can read it in his behavior, in his face, the way how tense he is, how much he's calculating. If he would have more confidence, I think he would be now leaning back very proudly, very happily. But he knows that he doesn't want to spoil it. King takes f8, so queen h8 is super important to give that check, not allow black's king to move away. on the board.
This one is now
unstoppable, yeah.
Unstoppable, yeah. Like Sia.
Rook f1 is coming. King f7.
He prefers to get mated.
To get checkmated, yeah. Fair play, big fair play by Vesti. Will we see king g6, queen h6 checkmate?
Okay, maybe he wants to go bishop f5, yeah, which is
no, he goes for the checkmate. Yeah. Come on, Anish, deliver the checkmate. That's it.
It is a checkmate, yeah.
Queen h6 checkmate, and we are in for the amazing Armageddon between these players. This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, no, slightly unexpected, but we got an Armageddon.
Yeah, and by the way, we also have here some battle. Magnus lost the b2 pawn. The bishops got traded, but okay, yeah, Magnus in total control with knight f5. He can probably force repetition. Or knight d4. Can we try rook h3? We have to try.
You will not win a game with rook on h3.
Yeah, but it's some kind of a Zugzwang. Yeah, then I'm gonna come with the king to d3. You have to move the knight, then I'm removing the rook and then trying to free it. But of course, with knight on f5, hitting pawn on h4, unfortunately for white, this is zero chances. Talias is mentioning that eventually, yes, after rook h3, there is knight e2 check and knight g1. Oh, that's that's very unpleasant.
The black can also just stand and nothing will happen to black.
Yeah, but okay, rook e2 check. Now rook h2, king e5, king d3. We are a bit closer and we cover the e2 square. So we might be able to play rook h3. And also an update. Yes, as expected, Prag has won his game. Yeah, in style, yeah, this exchange sacrifice should have never been allowed by Arjun and wins the match, catches Arjun. So they will be sharing 4th and 5th place together hand in hand. What a match that was.
Yeah. This was kind of really lucky that for Prag, I think that the opening choice worked out for him in the last game. Arjun will be very unhappy about this development, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we did not like the endgame choice, but also then allowing the exchange sacrifice, of course, should have never happened. And Duda. We also get the message. The game, the Armageddon game, the fascinating Armageddon game will start at 53 and Anish chose black. All right. That's a statement. So Anish wants to play quickly and for a draw and wait for the chances. d4, and apparently now white was trying too hard, yeah, with his king march all the way to g2. Black is winning, the pawn gets to d3, the king is boxed, and then black will follow it up with, yeah, king d4, and then the king just marched, is connected with the knight, the d pawn decides. And look at this, Duda knows that, yeah.
Like when you try to win a position which is completely unwinnable, there is nothing good coming out of this. Yeah, this is basically what happens at the end.
Yes. And now we see the relaxed Magnus Carlsen. He achieves what he wanted to win all matches. I mean, really unbelievable. I mean, we see from the other players, yeah, how tough it is. And Magnus just dominates.
Yeah. I mean, we know how difficult in chess it is to win one game, one match, yeah?
Yes.
But to actually win all of them is something.
Yeah, rook a1. Magnus is taking his time. He still has a lot of time. I feel like also today he played very convincingly, very fast. Yeah, that he was always paying attention to the clock. Like he knew that usually Duda has the tendency of playing a bit slower. Yeah, and he wanted to push him on the clock.
Yeah. Not just knight e3 wins. I don't know. He takes. I thought knight e3 just wins tactically, but to each his own. Yeah, knight h4 will be definitely good enough.
Yeah, Magnus collects the third pawn. The knight eyes the pawn on f3, so white is unable to regroup his king to d2. The big, yeah, and also the checks are not enough because this is a short side, yeah, with the d pawn and the a file, just in the rook end games. But I wanted to highlight that, yeah, if white, for example, gives the check, king d4 keeps on checking, then black's king eventually hides and stops all these checks and then comes closer and you lose. So rook a4 played, trying to cut the king. Yeah, we see some movement there. I don't know who exactly was moving there.
Only in 1 minute, there is Armageddon, right? We'll have to switch to that. Because
yes.
This is of no...
Yeah, Magnus pushes d2. Rook e4 check, king d5. g5 comes. There is no time to collect the d2 pawn because of knight takes f3 check, and the rook is falling. And otherwise, black is also coming with knight takes f3, g4, I mean, whatever. It's over. Just in time for the Armageddon. I mean, yeah, Magnus seems to enjoy his music, but I understand that if you are completely winning and do the designs, then you enjoy everything. Wow, 3-1. Beautiful performance by Magnus. Big congratulations to him once again, winning all the matches, winning the tournament in style. And of course, really, we feel sorry for Duda after this brilliant start. This should have not happened, this collapse. We might be hearing Magnus's interview.
Magnus, congratulations. You've wrapped up with, well, a perfect score here. How are you feeling?
Almost perfect score. But yeah, I'm feeling good.
But not just the winning of the tour, but also just the quality of play. To us, it was just super impressive. Share with us. We know you're really critical about your own play. It's going to be hard to find anything to criticize this time.
Yeah, it was mostly pretty good. I mean, today my white games were kind of terrible. So I mean, it's pretty easy to find things to put your finger on, but obviously this was overall good. There was a moment in the last game here where after he went for bishop b2, I was thinking yeah, so knight e3 followed by knight c4 was an immediate draw, but then I thought, you know, it's the last game of the season. Let's try and end on a high note, but then I didn't really manage to convert it, so I had to force a draw. But then, yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't be happy with the draw, of course, and then what he did just lost instead.
I want to ask you, Magnus, you mentioned about this bishop e3, knight h6 in the first two games where you got this huge time advantage. Were these all over-the-board inspiration, or was this part of the plan from before the match?
No, I didn't know the position of the knight h6, but it's not an untypical move, I think, especially after you played f6 to put it on f7. So yeah, that was just. But that particular system that I played has been it's been kind of advocated by neural networks, and it's not so bad actually. But yeah, somehow the black games just went very well today. Second game also, I was just enjoying having a time advantage in a very solid position.
Magnus, you have not only won the tour, you've not only won this final event, but also you have won the best game of the season. Your game against Alireza has been chosen by our viewers as the game of the season. Do you remember it? And what is that game, well, what's the memory of it for you?
Well, people are suckers for queen sacrifices, yeah. So, no, I mean, that was one of my better games of the tour. I was very happy that I managed to calculate precisely with only seconds left. But for instance, Duda played a very nice game here, sacrificing practically all his pieces to mate on each. So there have been a lot of good games played, but I'm happy to have this fan support.
Are you proud of the kind of chess that has emerged in the Champions Chess Tour with this demanding format and the fighting play that we've had this season?
Yeah, I think in terms of fighting chess, it's been an awesome season, and for myself as well, I've had a lot of fun, experimented with some openings, and generally tried to play for a win almost every game.
You've done it well, amazingly well. And finally, I have to ask you, because we've got this whole investigation on, we mentioned it to you at the start of it, a certain player who's been beating Wesley every day for the last couple of days over Blitz, and we're trying to find out who it is. The whole world is trying to find out who it is. Goes by the name Sinister Magnus. He's been on for 4 days, up to 3,000 rating. You mentioned it's not you. If you had to take a guess of who it might be, anyone?
I haven't seen the games, so I cannot... It's hard for me to say, but it's a good name.
Few players are able to beat Wesley like that, 5-0 and 7.5, 2.5. So does that give anything away to you?
Yeah, it must be a strong player, no?
All right, well, enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll see you at the closing ceremony. Congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you, thank you.
Wow, we have heard it from Magnus. Yeah, he's very happy with his performance, everything, but we should come back to it after this Armageddon game will finish, because we have a very sharp Grünfeld, Benoni, King's Indian structure. Rustam, what is your take on all the things that are happening?
Wesley, he made a very serious tactical and strategic mistake on move 20, when he, after rook d8, played rook e1, allowing this knight h5, and basically everything went wrong for him since.
Yeah, suddenly the knight jumps, black got this move b6, b5, in which very much is needed in all these Benoni structures. Yeah. Opening up the rook, the bishop on g7 is also a monster.
He basically went from like clearly better to clearly worse. But okay, it's Armageddon game, so still maybe there will be a lot of adventures, but now Anish looks firmly in control.
Yeah, and it's so easy to play with him, with the black pieces. Yeah, I mean, King b7, rook b8, yeah, hitting the b2 pawn, and if this pawn falls, then suddenly the c3 knight, yeah, Wesley feels the danger, he sacrifices the pawn with e5.
e5, bishop takes c5 is probably the idea, but it's already like more desperation than anything else.
Yeah, on the other hand, pardon me, I already can't talk. Changes a little bit the character of the position. Maybe this is what is required in Armageddon game. Yeah, if you know that otherwise your opponent blitzes out all the moves, then this is what you have to do and hope the best.
Well, of course, yeah. What else can you do? Yeah, you close your eyes and you attack.
And look at this. Wow, rook takes b2, queen b2, will be knight b5.
Oh my god, yeah, this is so nice.
Okay, Anish on fire. Yeah, this is exactly the previous game had given him the confidence, and he plays in style. He still has 1 minute 43. Wow, brilliant play. Now you are spoiled with the choice. Yeah, knight this your take on c6.
Bishop takes, queen takes, and wrap up.
You are advocating just to keep it simple, yeah?
Yeah, just to keep it simple. I mean,
yeah, and Anish wants to go for the maximum, but we see the evaluation bar not liking this turn of events.
Yeah, I keep it simple has never been a bad advice.
Yeah, especially with this time format. Yeah, you don't have time to think.
Yeah, now maybe knight takes a4, and we're back in uncharted territory. All bets are off basically. Yeah, now.
Yes, and now the clock situation will play a decisive role, or it could play a decisive role.
Could very well play a decisive role. You're right. Yes.
Wow, Anish, I mean, just wanted too much.
Yeah, now it's also difficult to see how he could negate the time difference, right? Because white can just play king h1 and just continue making some sort of moves.
Exactly. Also, looks like king h1, eventually gc f4, kicking that bishop away, opening up something against black's king. White's plays so much more easy. Queen is the g3 played. Yeah, getting ready for this f4 plan sooner or later. I mean, rook c1 to e1 is also very tempting. Yeah, kicking the queen away. Yeah, queen d3 trying to bother.
Maybe knight b6 at some point. He needs to get this horsey back into game.
Yeah, but it isn't so simple. Okay, Anish with 52 seconds. If he can force Wesley to spend some time and will not find the direct way, then it can get dramatic. F4 played. GF, bishop F6. Knight B6, so the horse is coming.
I wonder why he needed F4 for that, but...
Knight C3. Also, Anish feels that his knight from B5 has to move closer. But the knight on C6 doesn't do much.
Not at the moment, no.
King H7, so maybe rook F3. He's trying to triple rook G3, rook G1, and then some
rook
checkmate.
G1, rook H3. Yeah, he's trying to play for mate, which is a good strategy.
If it works.
It always works.
It always works, yeah. So queen H3, yeah, he's setting up queen takes H6 checkmate. Also, queen F5 was a problem against queen takes B6. Anish goes back, bishop G7, protecting the H6 pawn. But yeah, this looks hopeless now.
Maybe queen takes F7, yeah, just queen F7, rook F8, because rook G1, knight E2, but okay,
rook F3 is threatening rook E8 checkmate, yeah, that's...
Massively good move, yeah.
Yeah, rook G8, queen takes F7, a blunder. For some reason, it's a blunder.
Bishop F6.
Knight D1. Knight D1, exactly, yeah, knight D1.
This is so exciting now, yeah?
Yeah, knights. Rook G3, knight F2, king G2, knight E4. The knight is coming back.
But he's losing on time, yeah, potentially.
He is potentially losing, yeah. Takes, king H3, queen B1, trying to give queen F1 check.
Knight D7 now, yeah, or something.
Knight D7, queen F1, king G4, queen E2 check, king H3, king, wow.
And now knight,
no, H2 is still, yeah, H3, queen F2. Queen take, what is happening?
Knight F6 blunders like the whole board, right?
Everything, but will Anish have enough time? Yeah, he might mate with rook, and that's it, Wesley designs.
Oh my God, what a finale, no?
Oh, this is Armageddon. Yeah, this is completely crazy. And the big sportsmanship from Wesley that under the circle, he immediately gives his hand to congratulate Anish despite all this craziness.
What a game to end all games, yeah? At some point, it looked like Wesley should have won it, had more time, had everything under control, but okay, Armageddon. Anish finally wins a match. Congratulations, I guess. Although,
yeah, he has won all his matches in Blitz.
Yeah.
We might be hearing an interview from, I think he should be very relieved.
I heard,
come back, Anish.
I heard Anish keep on clicking the mouse, like click.
What a crazy match, yeah?
Yeah, it's nice. I heard click.
Pre-moving.
I don't know. You were clicking. You click the mouse. You click the mouse so many times. Huh?
Yeah. No, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I have like 4 seconds. It's completely insane. It's just this made it just.
Anish, congratulations on winning that Armageddon. What a crazy day and a wild game at the end. How are you feeling after this?
No, like today I've accomplished all of my goals. First of all, I didn't lose the match in 3 games. Secondly, I played 1 good game. And third, the goal that I couldn't even have dreamt of is that I won the match. So I've accomplished everything today. It's the, true redemption for me.
Today it really did. It was just thrilling to watch. But it's been a tough event for you, Anish. What do you think went wrong in this one?
The thing is that, some small things went wrong on my part. There was nothing huge. Like I was sleeping well, I was eating well, I was preparing well, I was feeling all right, everything was good. But I was slightly off, like very slightly. But of course, when you face such opponents and they're like bloodthirsty, they sense, there is no weak opponent. So if they see that you are in bad form, they are seeing you as an opportunity. And that's how it works. So, I had a very bad streak for sure. I lost 4 matches and I think in 3 games, all of them. And the problem was I started with the loss in first game. That was so difficult, and that, at first you're not worried. So even first match against Prague, I came back. But if it happens every single time, it starts to at some point be a bit frustrating. So it was just, it was tough. But I'm really happy that it ended well. I didn't even expect that.
Finishing on a high always feels good. Anish, so many fans across the world. What's coming up next for you after this?
You should check my Twitter and Instagram for updates. But basically, I'll probably maybe play the World Rapid and Blitz, although it's quite hard to get to the venue, which is in Kazakhstan. But I think there should be flights available, so I'll try to get there. Before that, I play an online tournament, Chinese tournament. And Speeches Championship is the first thing. Thank you, Tanya, for helping me out, because maybe you tell everyone what are my plans and ambitions and so on, because I'm not able to focus right now.
Well, you don't have much time because you start with a big one tomorrow itself. The Speeches Championship does start.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not how it works. So the tournament starts, but there's not like everybody starts at the same time. So my match is in a while. So I'll prepare really hard because I'm going to play Nihal Sarin. And I believe he for sure is in top 5 in the world in Blitz. So it's going to be really, really hard. And I'll have to prepare extremely hard to make it not embarrassing.
All right, well, apart from the chess, have you enjoyed playing here in San Francisco?
Apart from the chess, have you enjoyed playing here in San Francisco? Okay, because that's a bad question. There's no other games I played.
Your time here in San Francisco, how has it been, the experience?
Yeah, great. The place is really spectacular, very beautiful views, and some people, they ask me like, this view that they see, is it real? They can't believe it. They think it's some kind of CGI or whatever, but it's really the view, and yeah, beautiful place for sure. And yeah, I'm looking forward to be back here, hopefully again. Definitely a city that loves chess.
Yeah, and congratulations on finishing on a high, and we look forward to seeing you back in action, Anish. Thank you. Wesley? Wesley, what a match this was. It went down to the wire. Super thrilling to watch. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was fun. I think Anish played, his normal level today. I mean, I really badly wanted to win this match, but since Duda and Arjun lost, I believe I still finished second, right? Yeah, I still finished second. So, I mean, it's all good and said, all good when well said done. But I'd also like to congratulate Anish for winning a tough match. It was a very fun match. I think we both played very solidly in the rapid format. But in the Blitz, the games were very interesting. And also the Armageddon, it was back and forth, crazy. Like, I was trying to flag him, but it didn't work out. But it was fun. And I mean, I'm quite pleased with how the tournament went when all is said and done. But I'm glad to play in a Meltwater chess tour event this year. Very happy.
Yeah, this one was a wild match today, but a big congratulations to you finishing runner-up here in the final event, your first event that you played in the season. Wesley, after the way things started, were you expecting that it could finish like this?
No, not really. I mean, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Magnus for a dominating performance this year. Also in this tournament. Well, as I said, the format here is very interesting. It's unheard of before, where you win prizes based on match wins, not on the standings. So it's very interesting, and it doesn't really matter how many losses you have as long as you bounce back. I was just giving my best, trying to play well, trying to learn from my games, and. Well, Leko played very well in the second round against me. I think that was my only bad match in this. But yeah, now I'm looking forward to my next tournament in India. But I was really looking forward to this event, and I wanted to do my best. But at the same time, I didn't have much time to prepare, so I just came in and played. Tried to sleep well and tried to practice. Yeah, chess.com stuff.
Wesley, you had a fantastic win in Toronto at CGC, and now you finished second here at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour final. You must be really looking forward to and feeling good about the upcoming speed chess tournaments that you've got.
Yeah, for sure. One tournament at a time. My main focus still is classical. Like, I'm really trying to improve my classical rating. I lost a bunch in the US Championship, and that's the main reason why I'm playing less online events this year. I really want to focus on overboard classical, but it didn't work out this year. But there'll be a next year, and Yeah, speech is going to be interesting. Been practicing a lot. Been testing different mice. And my first round opponent is Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who's won the gold medal in the recent Olympiad. And I played him also a couple years ago. Played him in Reykjavik as well. So it's going to be fun. I mean, the SCC speeches is kind of like an annual event. I mean, it's fun if you watch a commentary. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it kind of is. Yeah.
Absolutely. And did you enjoy playing here in San Francisco?
Yeah, certainly. I love it here. Very grateful to the organizers for treating the players extremely well. And I had a great time here.
Thank you so much, Wesley. And you've always been amazing and humble and kind. And congratulations on your brilliant performance as well.
I also want to say shout out to one of my favorite commentators, Peter Leko. Keep up the good job.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks, Wesley.
Great performance by Wesley. But
yeah, big thank you for Wesley for his incredible performance and of course the kind words. We have mutual respect. I love his chess. I love his performances. And well, I cannot be more sad. Of course, I'm very happy for Anish for bouncing back. However, this was really an incredible turnaround. Yeah, heartbreak for Wesley. Luckily, it didn't really mean that much for him because his second place was not in any danger. But let's just take a look at this. Queen takes f7 had just been played. Hang on, let me bring it up. Rook g3. It looked like white will deliver checkmate. We were very excited with Rustam together that that's it, it's finished. Then Anish plays the move rook g8. Wesley collects the pawn, which seemingly finishes the game because rook e8 is coming. And then all of a sudden, there is incredible turnaround with knight d1. Rustam, tell us, how did you feel about this turnaround?
Well, I was still anticipating Wesley winning because I thought, okay, he would win on time, right? Because he had so much more time, and I thought, okay, at least he will knock down his flag. But okay, these guys are so fast. Yeah, it's just so difficult to flag any of them.
Yeah, and you know, while the game was on, everything happened so fast. I was thinking like, what happens after rook e8? And only while the interview was going on, I suddenly was thinking quietly, and then I realized that probably knight f2 check, king g2, and then bishop g7 to f8 check is the key move.
No, I guess so, yeah. And then king f3, it sort of continues, right?
Yeah, it continues, but I mean, it's like incredible, stunning resource. Yeah, bishop f8 just when it looks like it's all over, but it continues. Yeah, king f3, and what is going on? I mean, probably the knight can jump because rook f8 is not yet a mating threat.
Basically now white doesn't have a big threat, yeah. Maybe knight h3 or some such stuff, yeah.
Yeah, maybe knight h3. Unbelievable. I mean, imagine, and the players had, like, Anish had, I don't know, 6-7 seconds here. Wesley's clock was also ticking down. It's just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, apparently rook e8, immediately bishop f8.
Ah, wow.
Because bishop... it actually threatens like
threatens checkmate. Yeah. Yes, okay, but luckily at least I got the bishop f8 right. Yeah, good.
Yeah, you have to keep the king in mating now. That's a very good point.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, so Wesley, exactly for that reason, blocked the g file. He opted for rook g3, and then all hell started to happen here. Knight e4, the knight jumps back with the tempo. It still looked like, okay, we saw that the evolution bar says black is fine, but as you said, Anish had like very few seconds. Rook e4, queen e4, king h3. The big problem for white is that he can never allow the perpetual check. Anish very cleverly went queen b1. He's threatening queen f1. I also heard Wesley was claiming that he heard the clicks from Anish. Yeah, so Anish might have pre-moved some things. Yeah, which is very annoying to hear. Yeah, that you know that the guy will never lose on time. Knight d7 check, king g4 check, king h3 check, king h4. Queen e2, h3. It looked like Wesley will win, yeah, because Anish had maximum 5 seconds at this moment.
Yeah, I think more like 4, 5, something like this. Yes.
Yeah. So h3. Then what happened here?
That queen f2.
Yeah. So check h3, queen f2, and then Yeah, this very unfortunate knight f6, which you immediately called it loses the house. Yeah, everything. What should have been played here? Yeah, just anything and then flag him.
Well, I have a feeling that anything, although it's not easy, knight f8, okay, is difficult.
Oof, that would be super cruel. Yeah,
okay, knight f8 is a really good move, yeah, but I think there was just other moves would flag him, yeah, but he just kind of got mated instead, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this knight f6 was, and Anish was with big happiness. He was claiming that it's crazy that with just few seconds on the clock, the checkmate is coming, so there is no way of flagging, and he won. Having experienced all what Anish has achieved in this tournament, he has reached 3 times the tiebreak, and he won all of them. Does it mean that he's now becoming a blitz specialist and getting ready for the Speed Chess Championship? He said that he has so much respect for Nihal. Definitely, this was a great practice for him.
This was great practice for him. Whether he honestly has a chance against Nihal Sarin is an altogether different question. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But that guy is something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah, the match started out slowly, but we were talking about this, that don't get fooled. Yeah, we will see so much action dramas in the Blitz playoff, and it did happen. All right, so let's wrap things up just to understand once again what happened. Magnus Carlsen's brilliant performance. He did say in the interview that it wasn't a perfect result after all because he dropped 1 point. I believe this should be your biggest problem, no?
Yes.
Yeah, but winning all the matches, this is just a very dominating performance. He had 17 points before going to the last round, so he has 20 points at the end of the day. Wesley So got stuck, not with 12 because he lost in Blitz, so he moved up to 13 points. And Liam Ble, after beating Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, jumped to 3rd position with 11 points. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, I think he will be very upset with everything because he played brilliant chess at the start. He was winning match after match. It looked that he might be in for a race with Magnus till the very end. And then suddenly something happened. Not only his results, but his super confident play somehow got shaky. He got vulnerable. The opponents felt it. Used the moment, and he got stuck on 10 points. And then we see that with 9 points after Prag beating Gerigaishi on the last day. However, we have to highlight that this 3rd game was something special. Classical chess turning into Fischer random. What is your take on these developments, Rustam?
I think that was a really good match. Like Arjun against Prag was, I think, a really good match where the level was very high, and unfortunately, sometimes it happens. I'm sure you've had these matches as well. I've certainly had them. That 2 guys they play a very good match, and suddenly one blunder in the final game just completely changes the whole perspective, right? That suddenly it looked like Prag was dominant all along, but in fact it all came down to like one very unfortunate decision. Otherwise, we'd probably also see a very nice blitz tiebreak between the two. So kind of slightly marred the overall effect, and also
I know very well what you are talking about because this is how I felt during the Legends, that I was we have the closing ceremony. Okay, let's wait for it, and after we will come back.
Not yet the closing ceremony, so it happens, unfortunately. A lot. Also, chess is exciting like this, right? For instance, I noticed that the game, the final Armageddon, did not have any effect on the standing. It did not change Wesley's position. It did not change Anish's position in the tournament, but it was still somehow exciting, right? It
was super exciting, and we were looking forward to it.
Literally for nothing. So sometimes in chess, the games have a value of their own, right? Besides places or money or standing, anything. So sometimes it's like this. But on the whole, it was a very exciting tournament, and I think we did a pretty good job commenting on it, and our audience was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. So this was a really nice experience.
Yeah, the audience is brilliant. I mean, the audience is the one who gives us the energy always, yeah, because we are here for the audience. If audience is happy, they enjoy what we are doing, we are also very happy and never feel the tiredness, never feel the exhaustion. We keep on going, trying to give back the feeling also what the players are experiencing throughout the event. I also want to thank you very much. It was such a pleasure. I have enjoyed every minute, every second of it. It was so nice having this commentary with you. Big shout out to Tadeusz, of course, yeah, who is always in the always behind us, yeah, making sure that we feel comfortable. He has all the information if we need something. We are in perfect hands. Whether it's Sotiris, whether it's Tadeusz, wonderful experience always working with the Chess24 team. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for the sponsors, yeah, for this amazing Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It's a sensational tour with incredible dramas all along. Yeah, a lot of emotions. But we will still wait for the closing ceremony, and after I will say a couple of more words.
Chess action. The Meltwater Champions Chess Tour has been a game changer for the chess world and in digital entertainment. I've got here with me the tour director, Arne. Arne, you must be so proud of everything the tour has achieved this season.
Indeed, it's been an amazing journey this season. All the joy we had, all the fun we had over the board, all the fun we had besides all the content we had created. We had over more than 50 players participating in a season, over 9 tournaments. We've had some of the most covered chess moments in history happening in our tour, and it's been an amazing journey. And it's important that we thank the players, that we thank the viewers, we thank everybody who's been part of doing this, and of course our amazing partners, to thank them as well.
Just has been an amazing season, and the tour continues to innovate in the chess world. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. It is time to award our winner, and I'm going to call upon Magnus Carlsen, the world champion who has won the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. Magnus, congratulations.
Thank you.
Magnus, share with us not only the joy of winning the tour, winning the final event, but also this incredible form that you've been in, just impressive play throughout.
Yeah, there have been a lot of good events this year on the tour, some a little bit worse as well, but super happy to finish on a high note. And today, yeah, it was just a pleasure to play, knowing that I had it in the bag and I could just relax.
It's a pleasure for the chess world to watch you in this form as well. Now, Magnus, you have decided to not defend your world championship title. Winning this tour this season, does it have a special meaning for you to assert your domination?
Yeah, for sure. I want to win every tournament that I play, and this is certainly no exception. Yeah, as I said, it was very important now to finish on a high note. I didn't win the last tournament that I played. Also, the first random world championship didn't go so well. So yeah, it was huge to set the record straight here.
And coming up for the next year, there is this huge news of a partnership between Play Magnus and Chess.com, with them taking over. Magnus, what are your hopes for the tour in the coming year?
Yeah, I hope to continue to play a lot of events, both in the tour and others. Nobody knows at this point what's gonna happen, but I think whatever will happen, it will be good content.
Good content. I have to ask you, you did start this whole tour during the pandemic. It was born out of the pandemic back in 2020. How has it been personally for you to see the tour grow and expand and become what it is today?
It's been great to see, and I hope that next season there will also, because there will be no conflict of interest with Chess.com, most probably, then there will be an even steadier diet of the very top players participating in every event. I think fans would love to see that, but yeah, the team does a great job producing these events, and I especially love the ones where you play in where you play in a studio, and I was happy to finally do well in one of those as well.
Champions Chess Tour has really changed the way we play chess. It's transformed it into an e-sport, and you mentioned that you really enjoy this format. Do you like it on site, or do you like it when you're playing remote?
No, I like both, but it's especially pleasurable to play on site. It's something else, and it's a format that I really think has potential for the future also.
And you're really shining in it. Magnus, you said there's so much to look forward to this coming year. But for now, how are you going to celebrate this big win?
I haven't thought about celebration. For me, the celebration was playing today, just being here, enjoying the fact that I'd had a good season and I'd won this tournament. So that's all I need.
Congratulations. It is time now, Arne, to hand over the winner's trophy to Magnus. Please take over.
Indeed. And last year, the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour got an NFT-only trophy. This year, we are stepping it up a little bit. So you get a physical trophy as well. That is yours. And it's showing that is Magnus Carlsen, who's the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. And by that, I hereby declare you the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Magnus. That's a special trophy, Arne. We've got a QR code on it and a surprise for our viewers. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, as I mentioned, last year there was an NFT trophy only. So this year it's a physical trophy and an NFT. So there is two versions of that NFT. One is yours to keep, and the other is now going up for auction.
Oh, wow. That is incredible. So this is your chance to own a copy of this trophy, the only copy of this trophy, which currently Magnus Carlsen holds. It is the NFT trophy. Take a look at this.
The trophy from Chess Champs is powered by augmented reality. Use your phone to scan the code and see the trophy appear right in front of you. Owning the trophy will get you a chessboard signed by Magnus Carlsen himself, as well as lifetime subscriptions to Chess24, Chess, Chessable, and more. The auction is already live. Scan the code, press the link, place your bid.
Well, the tour would not be same without the participants. They're fighting chess. It is now time to invite all our other players. And we've got Arne here with Pragnananda. What a standout performance he's had. He started the tour as an underdog, finishes it as an all-star. We've got Anish Giri here, and of course the runners-up of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour final, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, world champion, winner of this season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It's time to celebrate. Kaya, the party is just getting started here in San Francisco. But before we go, we've got a surprise for everyone back in the studio in Oslo. This one's for you, Kaya, Jovanka, and David. Welcome.
Yeah, well, I think that we have heard everything from Tanya, from the players, from the organizers. It was very nice. Immediately we felt like we are there in San Francisco, right, Rustam? What was your feeling?
Well, I mean, my main feeling is like, where does she get this enthusiasm? Yeah, she's just so emotional. But then I realized also San Francisco, it's still very early, right? It's not past 1 o'clock at night. Yeah, so a slightly different setting. No, but it was that's an amazing thing. And also, guess if you are organizer of this event, as some people are, right? Then it's the end of a very long journey. So many tournaments across so many months, so many players, so many locations. It must feel like the end of a really gigantic achievement. So I understand where this enthusiasm is coming from also.
Yeah, and okay, we have been together with Tanya here in the broadcast for so many events. We share this passion for the tour. We have been here right from the beginning. It was always incredible pleasure to be commentating with Tanya. And we also said that, yeah, this is this enthusiasm is infectious, yeah, and this team keeps on carrying it. The tour is sensational. Magnus has highlighted that we don't know exactly how, in which form, but we are sure that the tour will continue. We are looking very much forward to, and it would be great to see another amazing tour in the next season. Do you have some last thoughts to share, or you still have energy to say something?
No, I mean, in general, I think we already said everything. It's been an amazing tournament. Magnus very dominant, so congratulations to Magnus above all, of course. But all in all, I think we saw amazing chess. We saw some amazing games, great sacrifices, a great combination also by Duda. So this was really nice, and as always, a great participation by the chat, by our viewers. So all in all, completely perfect week that we spent here together with you. Thank you very much to you also for all the nice words that you keep telling me. Yeah, so this is really good, and of course to the team behind, to Tadeusz above all. So I know he has better things to do, but he still gives us, you know, all these little insights, and so all in all, a perfect week. So thank you guys.
Yeah, well, very hard to add anything to it apart of that. All my praise to you come from my heart. Yeah, it's I just enjoyed all our training sessions together, all our work together. Now also here during the Champions Chess Tour, this commentary was bringing back all the memories. There was even a tweet, somebody brought it up, that we had played our first game in Szeged in my hometown in 1994, where yes. Yeah, that's the tweet. I mean, really amazing stuff. I did manage to get my only gold in the youth championship in Szeged in '94, and you took the bronze medal. So I think
this was my first medal in the Junior World Championship. So also very fond memories for me.
Yeah, very, very special one. Basically, our journey together started there, and it kept on going, kept on evolving. Well, Rustam, I also wish you all the best. I know that you are involved with the Uzbek kids, yeah, who have already been showing some incredible performances. Abdusatolov among them, yeah, just at the age of 17, winning the individual rapid world championship, then getting a gold medal. And I feel like you are the person who is behind it, yeah, because without you, this journey in Uzbekistan would have never ever started. So big thank you for that, and congratulations for all your performances, and good luck for the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your kindness.
Yeah, so thank you guys. That's it from us. Thank you very much for following us. We hope to be back next season. We hope to be back with another event and another events, of course. So keep an eye on us. It's always a pleasure, and we are here for you guys. Yeah, take care. All the best. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.